Chapter 9:34. Nun Jingyi's spiritual sense wasn't strong, and Zhang Xiaohua could easily neutralize it. However, how could he disobey Lord Sect Leader's orders? Zhang Xiaohua took the opportunity to retrieve the Great Wisdom Sword. At this moment, the disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall who were chasing after the sneak attacker arrived. However, just as Zhang Xiaohua placed the Great Wisdom Sword on Huan's back, the sneak attacker who was lying on the ground looked at Nun Jing, who was flying down from afar, and the disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall who were close by. He sneered and clenched his teeth without leaving a trace. In an instant, a stream of black blood flowed down from the corner of his mouth. His body tilted and fell to the ground weakly. Nun Jingyi's spiritual sense left Zhang Xiaohua's Great Wisdom Sword and scanned the surroundings before withdrawing. When the disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall picked up the sneak attacker from the ground, he was already dead. The disciples of the Sharp Golden Hall had no choice but to bring the corpse to Xiaqing and the others. When Nun Jing landed from the sky, Zhang Xiaohua, who was at the back of the group, also rushed to the front. He followed Xiaqing and the others to pay respects to Lord Sect Leader. Nun Jing waved her hand and asked, "Xiaqing, is there any change in the Huan ruins? Why did you send out the emergency signal again and again?" Xiaqing didn't dare to delay and quickly told her about the changes in the Huan ruins. Before Xiaqing could finish, Nun Jingyi's expression changed drastically, and she said, "All of you, rest here. We will talk after I go to the Huan ruins." After speaking, she floated up and used the levitation technique to head to the Huan ruins. Reporting to Lord Sect Leader, "This disciple is willing to accompany Lord Sect Leader." Xiaqing stood up and shouted. Nun Jing said impatiently, "All of you are seriously injured. You should rest here and recuperate. There is no need to follow me. We will talk after I return." As he spoke, he no longer paid any attention to the crowd. His figure floated up and headed in the direction of Huan Su. Looking at Nun Jing, floating in the air like an immortal, Xiaqing and the others were full of admiration. However, Zhang Xiaohua criticized her in his heart. "She's just so. The great change in Huan Su is the most important thing for Lord Hierarch. If she wants to rush to Huan Su, she'll naturally use the method she's best at. Martial Dao's lightness skill is not her first choice. It seems that the levitation skill is Nun Jingyi's ultimate lightness skill." Ever since Zhang Xiaohua saw Nun Jingyi's powerful spiritual sense and her exquisite control over it, she felt inferior. However, when she saw Nun Jing, only knew the levitation technique, she didn't know how to fly, she didn't know how she could fly's flying technique. S was right. Seeing Lord Sect Leader leave in a hurry, Xiaqing and the others followed Lord Sect Leader's orders and prepared to rest. Of course, this was a dangerous place. Although some of the ambushing enemies had been easily killed by Nun Jing, there was no guarantee that there would be a second wave. Therefore, everyone still retreated a distance and waited for Nun Jingyi's return. At this time, far away from the fragrant religion, in a beautiful mountain villa, there were a dozen people sitting in a hall. In front of each person was a table filled with fine wine and delicacies. In front of the hall was a spacious space, and there were another dozen or so beautiful dancers. They danced gracefully, and the sound of bamboo instruments could be heard all around. It was a beautiful scene. When the music ended, the dancers stopped. A handsome man in his 50s with dark hair and a handsome face laughed loudly. He waved his hand, and the dancers retreated. Even the musicians left quietly. The hall was silent. The man picked up the wine cup on the table, stood up, and said, "Longting Villa hasn't been so lively for a long time. It's an honor to have all of you here. Now that the singing and dancing have stopped, let's take a break. Come, let me propose a toast to all of you." The other 10 people also raised their cups and said, "How can we not come when Villa Lord Long summoned us? Come. We also respect Villa Lord Long." As they spoke, they all drank the wine in their cups. Then, a group of disciples in brocade clothes came up from the side. They held pots in their hands and filled everyone's cups. Then they silently retreated to the back. Then an old man in purple clothes, who was sitting not far away, also stood up. He held his wine cup and said with a smile, "Although there are many disputes in the southern Walline, generally speaking, we live in harmony. Villa Lord Long has put a lot of effort into this. Now, more than 10 sect leaders and leaders have gathered together. It's not easy. This old man is not talented, but on behalf of all the sects, I propose a toast to Villa Lord Long." Very good. The people around him clapped their hands. Villa Lord Long stood up with a smile and also raised his cup. He said, "The singing and dancing are all because of the efforts of all of you. Lonting Villa is just doing its duty. How can we have other forces? The Moon Sea sect is the real power in the southern Walline. Sect leader Sue is too modest. Come, let's drink together." The people around him laughed and said, "Let's drink together, let's drink together." Then they raised their cups and drank the wine together. Afterward, the guests and the host drank and chatted happily. When they were drunk, Manor Master Long put down his cup and sighed. He said, "Actually, I wanted to invite all of you to have a chat. It's just that Sect leader Sue of the Moon Sea sect said curiously, "Villa Lord Long, did something happen to you? If there's anything you need us to do, just tell us." The others also stopped drinking and listened to Villa Lord Long's explanation. Unexpectedly, Villa Lord Long shook his head and said with a smile, "Didn't I just say that the southern Walline works together? How can there be anything that my Longting Villa can't deal with? It's just that. Cough, cough, forget it. It's all in the past. Come, everyone, let's drink." Villa Lord Long raised his cup and wanted to persuade them to drink, but sect leader Sue didn't listen and said with a frown, "Villa Lord Long, I'm older than you, and I want to talk to you. Since you have something on your mind, why don't you say it? Even if we can't help you, maybe we can give you an idea." Everyone in the room laughed and said, "That's right. Villa Lord Long, you don't treat us as friends anymore." "Not at all, not at all." Villa Lord Long laughed. "There's nothing difficult. I just thought of some trivial things in the past. If it weren't for those annoying things, we would have been drinking and chatting happily. Come, let's drink this cup and talk later." Okay. Everyone raised their cups. After that, Manor Master Long put down his wine cup and said with an ashamed expression, "Actually, everyone knows about this matter. I didn't hide it from everyone. A long time ago, my son went to Rejuvenation Valley to ask for her hand in marriage. However, he was defeated by an unknown boy. Ha ha." Sect leader Sue laughed and waved his hand. "I was wondering what happened. So it's such a small matter. At that time, my Moon Sea sect also had a few young and handsome men. They went there energetically, but they also returned in defeat. It's nothing, ha ha." Manor Master Long chuckled. "Sect Master Sue is magnanimous. You already have many children and grandchildren, so of course you don't care about these things. However, my unfilial son is dispirited after this blow. He even sent people to inquire about Rejuvenation Valley." At this time, a person next to him also interrupted. "Young Master Long is indeed an infatuated person. Villa Lord Long is so lucky." Villa Lord Long almost rolled his eyes. He didn't know what his son's infatuation had to do with his good fortune as a father, but he only smiled. Sect leader Zhou must be joking. Rejuvenation Valley's third miss already has a husband, but my son is still thinking about her. It's really inappropriate. The other person thought for a long time, but still said, "If Villa Lord Long didn't mention it, I would have forgotten. Back then, my unfilial son also went there full of expectations. However, before he could enter the arena, he ran into Brother Zhou's son. In the end, the two of them sparred in private and injured each other. Neither of them went up." "Ha, that's right. Brother Yuan is right." The man from before also laughed. "However, even if our two brats went up the arena, they wouldn't be able to withstand 3 moves from young Master Long." When this was said, Sect leader Sue of Moon Sea Sect frowned. "I heard that Dragon Fifth was also knocked out of the arena by that unknown brat in 3 moves. I just don't know who that unknown brat is." Rejuvenation Valley's commander, Nye, didn't announce it in the Jianghu. That's right. Not only did he not announce it, but sect leader Sue also doesn't know. He didn't even hold a wedding. Aya, why is that? Sect leader Su was stunned. The martial arts competition for a spouse is over. Why didn't they hold a wedding? Commander Nye is really muddle-headed. At this time, Villa Lord Long shook his head. Sect leader Su still doesn't care enough about the affairs of the Jianghu. Rejuvenation Valley didn't hold a wedding. After the martial arts competition for a spouse, his son-in-law didn't even show his face. He didn't even attend the banquet afterwards. Isn't this looking down on the handsome martial artist who went to the martial arts competition for a spouse? More than that, Villa Lord Long added oil to the fire. Commander Nye only said that the martial arts competition for a spouse was over. Rejuvenation Valley's third young miss is still young, and that unknown brat is also young and not suitable for marriage. So he threw this matter aside. He didn't know that his careless decision not only hurt the hearts of many young people like my son, but also damaged the reputation of the Southern Jianghu. Those handsome martial artists who came from afar, who didn't say that our Southern Jianghu is untrustworthy. Sect leader Su was somewhat displeased and shouted. These years, Rejuvenation Valley relied on the fragrance cult as their backing and didn't follow the morals of the Jianghu in many things. They owe us a lot in terms of etiquette. Right this time, the fragrance cult said that they wouldn't pay attention to Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years. Is it because they know some of Rejuvenation Valley's evil deeds? To teach Rejuvenation Valley a lesson? Villa Lord Long clapped his hands and said, Sect leader Su is indeed perceptive. That's exactly the case. Think about it. Just a martial arts competition for a spouse has caused so much trouble for us. Who knows how many disgusting things have happened before? The fragrance cult's punishment is a warning to Rejuvenation Valley. It really should be. A few years ago, this old man had something to ask of Rejuvenation Valley. I wanted to ask for a medicinal pill, but Commander Nye flatly refused. This really made this old man lose face. At this point, sect leader Zhou of the Flying Fish Gang probed. Villa Lord Long, do you think the fragrance cult will really ignore Rejuvenation Valley for 10 years? Chapter 9:35. Of course, Long Zhuangji said in a serious tone. The fragrant religion has a lot of face. How can they go back on their words? Even if someone destroys Rejuvenation Valley, the fragrant cult won't say a word. Hearing this, a few people had strange expressions. However, they didn't say anything. They only looked at each other and exchanged glances. One of them smiled and said, Rejuvenation Valley has worked with the fragrant cult for so many years. There should be some feelings between them. Who would really go against the Rejuvenation Valley? That's not right. Mana Master Long shook his head. It's just a partnership. If Valley Master Peng's Frozen Ice Garden can get in touch with the fragrant cult, they can also replace Rejuvenation Valley. Can your Frigid Ice Garden also cultivate medicinal herbs and send out medicine boys? Yes, not only Valley Master Peng, but Valley Master Yin and Sect Master Zhang also have this opportunity. Of course, this is under the condition that Rejuvenation Valley can no longer work with the fragrant cult. Manor Master Long's voice was low. He then raised his cup and said, Come, let's not talk so much. It's not easy for us to gather here. Let's drink. Haha, come, Manor Master Long. Although everyone had their own thoughts, they all smiled and raised their cups to toast. After a few rounds of drinking, they talked about some interesting things in the martial world. Unknowingly, the topic turned to Rejuvenation Valley and the martial arts competition before the new year. At this time, Sect Master Zhou of the Flying Fish Sect thought for a moment. He looked at Sect Master Yuan of the Raging Wave Sect and said, Actually, there's something I don't know if I should say. Brother Zhou, that's not right. What's wrong? Actually, I won't hide it from everyone. Just now, Brother Yuan also said that my son and Brother Zhou's son also went to the martial competition to find a spouse. When he came back, he told me something. I feel that this Rejuvenation Valley's martial competition for a spouse has a lot of filthy aspects. Perhaps it is purely a scam, and Commander Nye is just playing to the gallery to make Rejuvenation Valley famous? Mana Master Long and Sect Master Su were also very interested. There was no need to mention the others. They all asked this. Is there a reason behind this? Seeing that everyone was paying attention, gang leader Zhou couldn't help but feel a little nervous, as if he regretted saying it. He smiled and said, "Actually, Brother Yuan also knows about this. Don't you think so, Brother Yuan?" Well, when sect leader Zhou of Flying Fish sect mentioned him, sect leader Yuan of Raging Wave sect frowned and said with a smile, "My son came back from Rejuvenation Valley and told me many things. I wonder which one Brother Zhou is talking about." Gang leader Zhou felt a bit helpless when gang leader Yuan pushed the topic to him. However, he looked at Manor Master Long and cult leader Su, who were sitting at the head of the table. He licked his lips and said, "It's just a child's speculation. If what we say is different from the truth, won't Rejuvenation Valley bear a grudge against us?" "Ha ha!" Manor Master Long laughed loudly. "You worry too much, gang leader Zhou. Not to mention that everyone here is on good terms with the martial arts world in the South. They definitely won't say what you said. Yes, even if there are some things, they definitely won't say it was you who said it. Moreover, Brother Zhou, even if you don't say it, do you think there's a wall in this world that doesn't have a crack?" Manor Master Long chuckled and said, "Moreover, Brother Zhou, do you think Rejuvenation Valley still has the mind to worry about other things at this time? I'm afraid that the order from the Cult of Fragrance has already thrown them into a panic." After listening to Manor Master Long's explanation, gang leader Zhou's mood was greatly relieved. He said with a smile, "After all, Rejuvenation Valley has been like a fox pretending to be a tiger for so long. I have no choice but to be cautious. Everyone, please forgive me. Come, I'll punish myself with a cup." As he said this, he raised his cup and drank in one gulp. Then, he told them about how Zhou Tao and Yuan Guiyin had met Zhang Xiaohua and Ye Qinyu. Finally, he added, "Everyone, you see, it's been a long time since the martial arts competition for a spouse. This third miss of Rejuvenation Valley is still playing with this Ren Xiaoyao. She doesn't take the martial arts competition for a spouse seriously at all. Moreover, at the end of the martial art competition for a spouse, that Ren Xiaoyao clearly doesn't have any qualifications, but old man Yu and old man Ye actually led him onto the stage. It's obvious that this is a trap. No one would believe it if they hadn't already done something." As soon as he said this, the crowd was in an uproar. Manor Master Long's expression didn't change. He turned his head and asked, "Gang leader Yuan, is what gang leader Zhou said true?" Gang leader Yuan of the Raging Wave gang said with a wry smile, "My son also said the same thing when he went back. I felt that this was a serious matter, so I didn't dare to make any mistakes. It wasn't until today that I dared to tell gang leader Zhou, Rejuvenation Valley has gone too far." Behind him, Valley Master Peng slammed the table and stood up. He said angrily, "Before the new year, my Cold Ice Garden also had disciples who went. They really sincerely admired the reputation of Rejuvenation Valley's third miss. But Marshal Nye actually treated us like this." That's right. The people behind him also echoed. Most of them were from sects that cultivated medicinal herbs. Then, everyone's gazes turned to Manor Master Long, and Manor Master Long looked at cult leader Su beside him. Cult leader Su's face was also filled with rage. He slammed the table and shouted, "What a disgrace! How can our Southern martial arts world have such a shameless sect? If we don't teach Rejuvenation Valley a lesson, I'm afraid they'll do even worse things in the future." "That's right," Manor Master Long continued. "Isn't it because of Rejuvenation Valley's evil deeds that the incense cult lost all face? That's why they spread the news that they'll ignore Rejuvenation Valley's survival for 10 years. Then he looked at the scene and said with a smile, "Actually, this is also a message from the incense cult to the martial arts world. They want to find another sect that can replace Rejuvenation Valley. Don't you all know? Hee, don't say that you don't have such thoughts." Valley Master Peng and the others looked a little embarrassed. They looked at each other and said, "To be honest, Manor Master Long, we've also thought about the meaning behind this. It's just that our sects are weak and alone. How can we be a match for Rejuvenation Valley? Moreover, we don't have a valid reason. We're afraid that we'll provoke the other sects in the martial arts world. We can't even fight against Rejuvenation Valley, let alone some Jade Foundation alliance. It's just a mere Jade Foundation alliance. Do you think we'll be afraid of it if we join forces?" When he said this, Valley Master Peng and the others' eyes were filled with fervor. But they were still a little hesitant. Valley Master Peng cupped his hands and said, "Thank you for your righteousness, Manor Master Long. But to be able to cooperate with the incense cult, there can only be one sect. Our sect's strength is about the same." That's easy to say. Manor Master Long seemed to have thought it through. He waved his hand and said, "As long as we take down Rejuvenation Valley first, 10 years later." "No, it's now. Whoever contributes the most in this dispute will be given the title. All of us here will give our full support." Not only our support, as long as we take down Rejuvenation Valley, the things in the valley will be given to anyone here. Wouldn't it be equivalent to Rejuvenation Valley's current strength? Good. Valley Master Peng and the others didn't say it out loud. They were all cheering in their hearts. Although Rejuvenation Valley was on good terms with many sects in the Southern martial arts world, they had also offended and suppressed many of them. In the martial arts world, where everyone was scheming against each other, how could there be the best of both worlds? Valley Master Peng looked at the people around him and walked out of the crowd with a wine cup in his hand. He said with a smile, "Since Manor Master Long is so righteous, I'll toast you on behalf of everyone. Let's follow your plan." Manor Master Long smiled and also raised his cup. He drank it in one gulp and said, "Where did my plan come from? It's only because I listened to Sect Leader Zhou's words and got Sect Leader Su's support that I thought of it on the spot." "Manor Master, you don't have to be so polite," Sect Leader Su said with a smile. "I'm old and don't care about the affairs of the martial arts world. Otherwise, I would have taught this Rejuvenation Valley a lesson with you. The way Marshal Nye does things, cough, is really unreliable, isn't it? It's precisely because he has lost face for the Southern martial arts world. If we expose this guy's face now, it will also show that the Southern sects are impartial. When the entire martial arts world finds out the truth, how can the entire Southern martial arts world face our peers in the martial arts world?" Then, everyone spoke one after another. They raised the significance of exposing Rejuvenation Valley's conspiracy again and again. In the end, they unanimously agreed that Rejuvenation Valley was the scum of the Southern martial arts world. If they weren't eradicated early, it would lead to a disaster in the future. Good. Manor Master Long clapped his hands and said, "It's rare for martial arts friends to be so righteous. I'm really proud to know all of you. Since that's the case, we'll do something according to the will of the heavens. We're willing to be the leader of this matter. We'll expose Marshal Nye's face and bring justice to the entire martial arts world." Great. Everyone clapped their hands. Manor Master Long waved his hand, and the disciples all left. He said, "Although this is a righteous action, we still need to prepare for a rainy day. We still need to make a detailed plan." "Yes." We'll listen to Manor Master's arrangement. Under the applause of the crowd, Manor Master Long slowly discussed the various details with the crowd. Although it was rushed, the details were also considered very carefully. Back at Rejuvenation Valley, a storm was brewing as well. In the 100 Herb Hall, the leaders of the Jade Foundation Alliance were all present. Beside them were a few sects that had been through thick and thin with Rejuvenation Valley. Among them, the Deer Cry sect was at the top. Deer Cry sect's Yu Yin frowned and said, "Brother Nye, this order to spread the incense cult is strange. If it's really as you said, and the medicine boy made a mistake this time, this idea was my idea. Speaking of which, it's really of course." Before Yu Yin finished speaking, Swallowtail Mountain's Ing Zhizhu, who was stationed in Ing's stud farm, shouted, "It was originally a good opportunity. Why'd you have to talk about repaying a debt of gratitude? Stuffing someone you don't know into the incense cult. If I find out, ignoring him for 10 years is a small matter. I'll directly..." Old 6 weapon forging sect Si Yakong frowned and said, "Shut up first. We haven't figured out the reason for this matter yet. Don't complain. Ren Xiaoxia has been good to our Jade Foundation Alliance and has benefited Rejuvenation Valley greatly. However, it's just a little bit of help. How can we ignore it? But it's not just a little bit of help. He has offended the incense cult. If it weren't for that bastard, how could such a good thing have ended up like this? Chapter 9:36. In the face of everyone's accusations, Valley Master Nia remained silent. Nia Qinyu, who was seated below, had tears in her eyes, looking extremely aggrieved. Nia Qianrong, who was beside her, held her hand as if she was consoling her. After another round of accusations, Nia Qinyu couldn't help but stand up and walk to the front of the hall. She bowed and said, "Uncle Masters, it's all my fault for not handling the situation properly and bringing disaster to Rejuvenation Valley. But I don't think it's Brother Ren who caused this. Brother Ren's martial arts are powerful, and he's extremely intelligent. Why, Sai, things have already come to this. Little you, why are you still speaking up for Ren Xiaoyao?" Zhan Xian of the weapon refining sect was a little angry. "That's enough." Valley Master Nia stood up and waved his hand. "Brothers, I've invited all of you here not to investigate the cause of this matter. If that's the case, Rejuvenation Valley can just close our doors and look for him ourselves. Why do we have to, Sai, although Ren Xiaoxiao might be one of the reasons Rejuvenation Valley is indeed indebted to him? We can't repay him and can only do this. Of course, if any of you feel that I've done something wrong and dragged the entire Jade Foundation Alliance down with me, feel free to second brother." Weapon refining sects Si Yakong reprimanded. "What are you saying? We've been brothers for so many years. If we're afraid of causing trouble, why would we be sitting here? We've brought many of our sect's elites. Aren't you trying to disappoint us by saying such things?" Valley Master Nia bowed to the ground and said gratefully, "Thank you for your reminder, big brother. I was a little rash just now. Please forgive me." "Don't. There's nothing to forgive. What's important is to get through this crisis." Ing Zhizhu and the rest smiled and didn't think much of it. In the snowball stud farm, Zhou Siqing said in a low voice, "Perhaps things aren't as dangerous as you think, second brother. Rejuvenation Valley's reputation in the pugilistic world has always been excellent. Even their status isn't something that the other sects in our Jade Foundation Alliance can compare to. The incense cult is only giving them a warning this time." Valley Head Nia sighed. Brothers' words are reasonable, but when Rejuvenation Valley befriended some sects, they must have offended many sects as well. Actually, even without these factors, a Rejuvenation Valley that has lost the protection of the fragrant cult is still a piece of fat meat in the eyes of many large sects. "Second brother, are you talking about that mysterious power from last year?" Ma Fuhu of Soaring Dragon Mountain's Fuhu Ranch asked in a low voice. "It's just a guess." Valley Master Nia nodded slightly. Ever since last year's martial arts competition to find spouse, not even the slightest trace of this mysterious force could be found. Even the Longting Villa couldn't find any clues. Let's not go so far. Si Yakong waved his hand and looked down at the hall. He asked curiously, "Second brother Nia, why isn't your second girl here? You sent me the news, and I rushed over. Could it be that the whale gang is even further away than me?" Valley Master Nia was a bit tongue-tied. He shook his head and said, "A married daughter is like spilled water. Not every daughter is on her parents' side. Let's not worry about her." As he spoke, Valley Master Nia looked at Nia Qianrong and Nia Qinyu, his eyes full of affection. "Oh," Si Yakong nodded slightly. He then said, "The most important thing right now is to set up Rejuvenation Valley's defenses. Rejuvenation Valley has been at peace for many years, and it's lacking in martial strength." Big brother is right. Valley Master Nia was a bit embarrassed. "How about this? I'll teach you the elites of weapon forging sect that I've brought, and the other brothers will also teach you the men under their command. You could decide on the overall layout. First, set up Rejuvenation Valley like an iron bucket." At this point, he suddenly thought of something and said regretfully, "It's a pity that although Ren Xiaoyao returned the 5 elements formation to my weapon forging sect, it hasn't been long. The elders in my sect haven't fully comprehended it yet. Otherwise, we could," after Si Yakong expressed his regret. Nia Qinyu asked timidly, Eldest martial uncle, that five elements formation, is it really as miraculous as you say? Of course, Siakong said resolutely. Back then, when my weapon-forging sect encountered danger, we relied on that five elements formation to overcome it. This is the record of the sect master 2 generations ago. How can it be false? That. Nie Qinyu's face was a bit red. She said in a low voice, "Your niece is untalented. A few days ago, when I heard what father said, I always wanted to help father, but your niece doesn't have the strength to truss a chicken. No matter what I do, it's useless. So, I thought of the five elements dying formation that Big Brother Ren taught me." Siya Kong's eyes lit up. He hurriedly asked, "So what? So your niece tried to set up the five elements dying formation at the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. Really?" Siya Kong stood up with a tongue and said, "How can this five elements great derivation formation be so simple to set up? You quickly bring me to see it." Seeing that she could do something for Rejuvenation Valley, Nie Qinyu was very excited. Her face was a little red. Nie Qinrong was also very happy. The two of them held hands and brought everyone to the entrance of Rejuvenation Valley. There were a few servant girls at the entrance of the valley, as well as some trees and rocks. It looked a little messy. Those who didn't know would turn their heads left and right to find the location of the five elements formation. Siakong was pleasantly surprised. He quickly walked to the front of the rocks and took a closer look. After a long while, he sighed and said, "Second brother Nya, I really envy you. Even though your smart daughter doesn't know any martial arts, she alone is equivalent to dozens of people. Eldest martial uncle, is this really useful?" Nye Qinyu pointed at the things on the ground in disbelief and asked, I feel that there are still many areas that are lacking. Even those inexplicable things that Big Brother said at the end, I still don't understand them." "Of course it can," Siakong said with a smile. "These are just rocks. Trees don't move. If they were replaced by strong men who know martial arts, the lethality of their attacks is not something you can imagine." But Nye Qianyu was still worried. I still don't know where to set up the eye of this five elements formation. I have the formation, don't know where to set it up." Siakong smiled and said, "There are 6 great sects in the Jade Foundation Alliance. Even if Rejuvenation Valley doesn't have anyone who is strong in martial arts, the other 5 sects can send out 5 disciples who are strong in martial arts. Isn't that enough? If it really isn't enough, then we old bones will go all out and be the eye of your 5 elements formation. Is that all right? However, your 5 elements formation is still too small. Perhaps you only considered Rejuvenation Valley's own disciples. Now that the Jade Foundation Alliance is here to help, it's better to set up the 5 elements formation in front of the villa." Siakong's mood was very good. Valley Master Nya was also very happy when he heard this. He had a smile on his face. He had never thought that Ren Xiaoyao, who had done Rejuvenation Valley a great favor, would have such a remarkable ability. Even his third daughter, who didn't even have the strength to truss a chicken, had exceeded his expectations. But Nye Qinyu was a little anxious. Looking at everyone, she walked to see Yakong and said with a blush on her face, "But Big Brother Rin said that using people as the eye of the formation is just inferior. This 5 elements formation can only fight against 10 people and can't unleash the full power of the 5 elements formation." "What?" Siakong was dumbfounded. This kind of thing, how come I didn't know about it?" He didn't give such an explanation in the 5 elements formation that he gave. "Eldest senior uncle, please don't blame me." Nye Qinyu couldn't care about anything else now and said apologetically, "There are no mistakes in the 5 elements formation that Big Brother copied for you. It was all written by me. It's just that it's only after eldest senior uncle returned and Big Brother Rin explained the formation to me in detail that's when he told me about it." "Huh?" Siakong laughed and shook his head. He pointed at Valley Master Nya and said, "Second brother Nya, you gave birth to a good daughter. Eldest brother, please don't blame me." Valley Master Nya cupped his fists and said, "After this matter is over, I will let little you explain everything one by one." "Father," Nye Qinyu rebuked him. This is the secret of Big Brother Ren's sect. Without his permission, how would I dare to tell others? Hee hee, a secret that won't be passed on? I don't think so. Si Yakong narrowed his eyes and smiled. Eldest senior uncle, Nie Qianyu's face was completely red. Okay, let's not talk about other things. Let's get through the current crisis first. Anyway, Ren Xiaoxiao will return in a few years. At that time, I will ask him for some benefits. Si Yakong waved his hand and said. Hearing this, Nie Qianyu's eyes were filled with sorrow. She only said in her heart, if he can return in a few years, can I still think about him day and night? I'm just afraid that our previous meeting is over and we will never meet again. Seeing Nie Qianyu miserable, Nie Qianrong's heart ached. She walked in front of her sister and patted her shoulder. Nie Qianyu endured the pain in her heart and squeezed out a smile on her face. That's right, little you. Then what did Ren Xiaoxia say to maximize the power of the 5 elements formation? Valley Master Nie saw that his daughter was unhappy and hurriedly changed the topic. This. Nie Qianyu looked at everyone and walked to her father's side. She whispered a few words in his ear. These few words in Valley Master Nie's ears were tantamount to a thunderbolt in the clear sky. He said in disbelief, He really said that? How is this possible? Seeing her father so surprised, Nie Qianyu was also puzzled. She asked curiously, It's just like that. Father, is there anything strange? I was also confused about what Brotherin said at that time. I don't understand why. If Ren Xiaoxiao was not already in the spreading fragrance cult, if he had said this to me at that time, I would never have sent him to the spreading fragrance cult. Father, why is this? Nie Qianyu was even more puzzled. What does it have to do with our rejuvenation valley? It's more than just related. Valley Master Nie smiled bitterly. If you didn't mention it now, how could I believe that it was just a coincidence? Coincidence? Nie Qianyu was so shocked that she covered her cherry lips with her hand. Father, I really don't understand what you were saying. Please explain. Chapter 9:37. Coincidence? It's not just a coincidence. Valley Master Nie smiled bitterly. Then he looked at the crowd and waved his hand, saying, Brothers, let our subordinates rest first. When little you has finished preparing everything, we'll set up a formation in front of Rejuvenation Manor and let those bastards who covet our Rejuvenation Valley see the power of the 5 elements die in formation. Valley Master Nie looked at the 5 sect masters of the Jade Foundation Alliance, Elder Yu of Deer Cry Sect, Nie Qianrong, Yu Zhonglin, and Nie Qianyu. He smiled bitterly and said, Brothers, perhaps you all know that our Rejuvenation Valley has a treasure that can hold down the valley. Treasure that can hold down the valley? Si Yakong and the others were surprised. We've heard of it before. However, it's been a long time and we've never heard Second Brother mention it. We thought it was just a rumor. Big Brother, this treasure that can hold down the valley is real. However, it's always been hidden in a secret place in Rejuvenation Valley, and only the Valley Masters of each generation know about it. Haha. Ing Zhizhu laughed. There really is such a treasure. Second Brother really hit it well. Yes, Second Brother. What is this treasure that can hold down the valley? Why are you mentioning it now? Ma Fuhu also laughed. Valley Master Nie ignored the two of them. Instead, he turned to Nie Qianyu affectionately and said, Little you must remember last year when I asked you to go to that place to get something, right? Yes, of course I remember. Nie Qianyu's face was filled with confusion. She nodded and said, Could it be that it's the treasure that can hold down the valley? Yes, if that's the case, it's no wonder that someone covets it and hunts me down. Valley Master Nie nodded first and then shook his head. That thing is related to the treasure that can hold down the valley, but it's also not. Otherwise, why would our Rejuvenation Valley's treasure be placed outside? Nie Qianyu rolled her eyes and said with a smile, According to Father, with that thing, can we find the treasure that can hold down the valley? Si Yakong and the others were enlightened. Only now did they understand why a mysterious force spent so much effort to hunt down Nie Qianyu last year. It was all for this so-called treasure that can hold down the valley. Thus, everyone began to look forward to this treasure. All right, since Rejuvenation Valley has already reached such a stage, all of you brothers have been through life and death together for many years, and this five elements dying formation is going to use the most powerful treasure in the valley. I will not avoid anything. Everyone, please wait for a moment. Little you, follow me. As she spoke, she strode towards the inner valley of Rejuvenation Valley. Nie Qianrong released Nie Qianyu's hand and nudged her, indicating for her to hurry up and follow her. Nie Qianyu nodded and chased after her. Valley Master Nie led Nie Qianyu into the inner valley without saying a word and went straight to the pill room on the left. They walked all the way to the innermost pill room and pushed the door open. After walking through a few more holes, they came to a wall. In front of the wall was a pill furnace with earth fire below it. Valley Master Nie took the pill furnace and twisted it left and right above the earth fire. No one knew what mechanism he activated, but there was a kacha sound. The smooth wall in front of them gradually rose and revealed a small room. Valley Master Nie casually picked up a torch from the wall and jumped into the room. He walked to the front of a stone pillar in the corner. Nie Qianyu followed him and looked at the protruding stone pillar. She found it strange that there was a depression at the top of the stone pillar. It was an irregular shape. Valley Master Nie walked to the front of the stone pillar and passed the torch to Nie Qianyu. He then took out a brocade box. It was the box that Nie Qianyu had risked her life to bring back. Valley Master Nie looked at Nie Qianyu and raised the brocade box for her to see. Then, he opened the brocade box. Inside the brocade box was a small jade box. Valley Master Nie stretched out his finger and tapped on the four legs of the jade box. Finally, he tapped on the middle of the jade box, and the lid of the jade box opened. Using the light from the torch, Nie Qianyu saw an irregular jade pendant that looked like a stone pillar. Valley Master Nie took out the jade pendant and placed it in the depression of the stone pillar. It was just right. After a while, Valley Master Nie stretched out his palm and placed it on top of the stone pillar. He exerted his energy and pressed it down. A creaking sound was heard, and the stone pillar actually sank. Following the sinking of the stone pillar, a small platform rose from the ground. On the platform, there were 5 small brocade boxes that were exactly the same as the previous one. When the platform rose to his chest, Valley Master Nie stopped and picked up a brocade box from the platform. He opened it as usual and smiled as he passed it to Nie Qianyu. He said, seeing the 5 brocade boxes here, "I think you already know what they are." "Yes, father." Nie Qianyu didn't hide it and frowned. Could it be that this is the 5 elements item that Big Brother mentioned? That's right. Look at this. Valley Master Nie said, and took out the item from the brocade box and passed it to Nie Qianyu. Looking at the small blue stone in her hand that was similar to an ordinary jade, Nie Qianyu asked, what 5 elements item is this?" Valley Master Nie smiled and said, "This is called a vitality stone. I heard that it was a common item used by the immortals 10,000 years ago. This blue vitality stone should be the water element of the 5 elements." Vitality stone? This is the vitality stone that Big Brother mentioned? Nie Qianyu said in surprise. Big Brother said that this item is the most magical. Father, let's not talk about you. At this moment, even I am beginning to suspect Big Brother. He said that if you use the method of internal energy simulation that he taught you, you can use this vitality stone to activate the 5 elements dying formation. All of this seems to have been arranged by Big Brother. The method of internal energy simulation? Valley Master Nie asked, "What is that?" Nie Qianyu slapped her forehead and explained, "It is the method that Big Brother taught you. How to refine elixirs." Isn't that so? Valley Master Nie was also surprised. All of this, isn't it all about the treasure of our Rejuvenation Valley? But Big Brother really didn't know. Moreover, if he had any other intentions, he would have taken this brocade box away long ago. Why would he wait until he sent me home? Nie Qianyu explained anxiously. Valley Master Nie smiled. How am I suspecting Ren Xiaoyao? However, this is too much of coincidence. Ren Xiaoyao's martial arts are powerful. If he forced himself, how could I retaliate? Even if you don't explain, I understand. Father, Nya, Qinyu rebuked. Since you know, don't say such things. It's fine if martial uncle and martial uncle said it, but you are not allowed to say it. Haha, I won't say it, I won't say it. As he spoke, Valley Master Nya opened the other brocade boxes one by one. Inside were five elements vitality stones of different colors. All right, let's go. With these five elements vitality stones, if what Rin Xiaoxia said is true, our rejuvenation valley will be able to sit back and relax. Father, what kind of person is Big Brother in? How could he lie to me? Nye Qinyu was unhappy again. All right, then hurry up and set up the array of the Rejuvenation Mountain Manor. Let Father see how the divine powers of the Beta School are. Oh yes, shouldn't the disciples of the Jade Foundation Alliance familiarize themselves with this array? Otherwise, how can they enter the array and kill the enemy? As Valley Master Nye spoke, he restored everything and placed the jade pendant back into the brocade box, hiding it in his chest. The undercurrents in the pugilistic world were turbulent, and the aroma sect was not peaceful either. Outside the Huansu, a 2-day journey, Nanjing, he was sitting cross-legged on a small hill. There was no joy or anger on her face. Xiaqing and the rest, as well as the disciples of Ruijin Hall and Zhang Xiaohua, were standing around her respectfully. Sect leader, Xiaqing asked timidly, I wonder if there are any changes in the core of the Huansu? Disciples' martial arts are limited. I really can't get close to observe it. It's all right, Nanjing, he said in a deep voice. Not to mention you. Even I can only observe from the left. I can't get close to the front. The lightning on the mountain is still the same. Although it feels a little different, it is probably caused by the changes in the Huansu array. That thing should be fine. When everyone heard this, they were relieved. Zhang Xiaohua curled her lips and thought to herself, that's right. That thing is so smart and can even hide in the void. I can't even catch it with my hands. How could there be a problem? That thing is fine, but what's the deal with the Huansu array? Xiaqing, tell me everything in detail. Nanjing, he asked. Yes, sect leader. Xiaqing answered and recounted everything that happened to her and the rest. She even told Nanjing Yi about how she was rescued. However, she changed her thoughts to that of a visit. What? When she heard that Xiaqing was rescued, Nanjing Yi forced herself to remain calm. However, when she heard that there was a person from the immortal Tao flying in the air and coming and going freely, she unconsciously stood up in shock and said in a trembling voice, Xiaqing, tell me in detail about that person's appearance. After listening to Xiaqing's description, Nanjing, he was even more incredulous. She muttered, How? How could it be Senior Huan? How many years has it been? How could he still be in this world? Could it be that Senior Huan? He cultivated the great Tao, but he was seriously injured back then. It's impossible for him to survive. If he didn't die, then sect leader you of the incense cult, wouldn't have died. But how is this possible? Even the legendary peak of the immortal Tao can't survive for tens of thousands of years. Nanjing, he was completely confused. Could it be that someone is impersonating Senior Huan? Nanjing, he naturally guessed. Immediately, Nanjing Yi's face darkened. She released her divine sense and covered everyone present. Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She carefully circulated the nameless incantation to suppress her divine sense and true qi. However, at this moment, Nanjing Yi asked coldly, Rin Xiaoyao, I heard from Xiaqing that you've entered the Huansu. Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change. She cupped her hands and said yes. Who allowed you to enter? Nanjing Yi's divine sense circled around Zhang Xiaohua. Her tone was as cold as ever. You didn't say that I couldn't enter. Zhang Xiaohua had an innocent expression. She spread her hands and said, This disciple only wanted to help senior martial sister Xia in the Huan, Su, and repay sect leader's kindness. But before I could do anything, I was chased out by wild beasts. Is that so? Nanjing, he chuckled. You're a good schemer. But what's that in your arms? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Chapter 9:38. Zhang Xiaohua was puzzled when he heard Nun Jingyi's question. Things? Nothing? What is Sir Religious Leader talking about? Nun Jingyi's divine sense didn't leave Zhang Xiaohua. She coldly said, Then, take out the things in your bosom and let me see them. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua obediently said. He then took out the things in his bosom. They were a short sword, a jade box, a token, some miscellaneous items, and a piece of silk. Nun Jingyi separated a strand of her divine sense and covered the jade box. She sneered and said, Ren Xiaoyao, what's inside this jade box? Is this yours? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head and said, Sir Religious Leader, this jade box isn't mine. It was given to a female disciple called Jing Yi at Lingering Fragrance Peak by a person called Mo Qingshan. Shut up. How dare you mention Lord Sect Master's name? Before Nun Jingyi could speak, Xia Qing berated her loudly. Sir Religious Leader's name? Zhang Xiaohua was stunned. He said with a trembling voice, Sir Religious Leader is Jing Yi. Humph. When Nun Jingyi heard Mo Qingshan's name, she was clearly stunned. Zhang Xiaohua didn't hear any real anger in her snort. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, Sir Religious Leader, please forgive this lowly one. This lowly one has only been spreading the incense cult for a short period of time. Normally, when I come early, I'm called by Sir Religious Leader. I don't know Sir Religious Leader's name. Ignorance is not a crime. Nun Jingyi waved her hand and said, What's inside this jade box? Have you seen it? Zhang Xiaohua said curiously, Of course I've seen it. Otherwise, how would I know it's for Sir Religious Leader? As he spoke, he handed over the blood letter. Nun Jingyi took the letter but didn't read it. She said, Open the jade box. When Zhang Xiaohua opened it, Nun Jingyi asked, Do you recognize this item? Zhang Xiaohua shook her head. I know it's called Chao Huandan, but I've never heard of it before. Well, although you haven't heard of it, you must know that it's a rare item. Of course, something that Senior Mo risked his life to obtain is naturally a treasure. Zhang Xiaohua nodded. Then you don't have any thoughts of keeping it for yourself? Of course not, Zhang Xiaohua said righteously. A gentleman's desire for wealth is justified. This is an item that contains Senior Mo's deep love. I only want to bring it back to Jing. Cult leader, how can I have other thoughts? He's lying. Xia Qing, who was at the side, actually said, Sect Master, the day before yesterday outside the ruins of Huan, I asked him about the situation in the ruins of Huan. He didn't tell me anything at all. Senior Sister Xia, you've wrongly accused me. Zhang Xiaohua didn't understand why Xia Qing was making things difficult for her. She only explained, At that time, I was about to report it, but Senior Sister was in a hurry to report it to Sect Master, so you stopped me. I didn't have any thoughts of hiding it from you. Then, Ren Xiaoyao, why didn't you say anything when you saw me just now? Sect Master, you didn't seem to give me a chance to speak. Zhang Xiaohua said helplessly, Actually, Sect Master, you're overthinking. If I wanted to keep it for myself, I could have just torn the blood letter. No one would know that it belonged to Senior Mo, don't you think so? Well, that's true. Nun Jingyi's tone was obviously gentler. Ren Xiaoyao, take everything back. This jade box and the blood letter. I'll take them. You, tell me what happened inside, especially how you met Mo. Qingshan. Zhang Xiaohua put the things back in her chest and told her about her encounter with Mo Qingshan again. Of course, this wasn't the truth. She only said that she saw Mo Qingshan's corpse while walking around aimlessly. She just took the things and buried the corpse. Then she ran out when the formation shook. Was there anything else next to Mo Qingshan's corpse? Nun Jingyi asked. Zhang Xiaohua shook her head like a rattledrum. No, there were only two things. Maybe there was something else, but I was a little panicked and didn't notice anything. Well, it's good that you were merciful enough to bury his corpse. It's just the location. Nun Jingyi was a little sad. I'm sorry to disappoint you, Sect Master. I was a little lost. The formation shook and everything became chaotic. Even if I want to find it, I couldn't. Sigh, don't look anymore. So what if you found it? So what if you didn't? Nun Jingyi whispered. She then stood up and looked at the ruins of Huanshu in the distance. It wasn't clear if she was looking at Mo Qingshan's corpse or searching for that mysterious Wan Wuxin. After a while, she waved her hand and said, "Let's go back to Lingering Fragrance Peak first." It wasn't just one day. Everyone followed Nanjing Yi to Lingering Fragrance Peak. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how others usually followed Nanjing Yi. She only knew that this time, everyone quietly rode their horses and followed Nanjing Yi silently. Nanjing Yi also rode a fine horse and led the way. She was about 10 feet away from everyone. She didn't look back or pay attention to the people behind her. Nanjing Yi had a veil over her face, and Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to release her divine sense. She could only look at the rather lonely figure in front of her, and she felt rather sentimental. Even though she was the master of a cult, and not only did she have an awe-inspiring reputation in incense cult, she was also famous in the entire world of martial artists, and there was no one who did not submit to her. She still had the emotions of a mortal in her heart. She might not be able to show them normally, but at some point in time, she would be touched by certain memories and certain things, and the tenderness in her heart would always be touched. Other things aside, when Nanjing Yi and Mo Qingshan went through the 3 tests of love together, Nanjing Yi was willing to jump off the cliff for Mo Qingshan. This kind of affection was as deep as the sea. How could she not leave a pure land for Mo Qingshan in her heart? Before today, perhaps the space of the pure land had already been sealed. However, in front of the Chao Huan pill that Mo Qingshan had risked his life to obtain, the sky that Nanjing Yi had forcefully supported collapsed with a loud rumble. The memories of the past, the feelings that were like the sea, had drowned her like a tide. Seeing that they had arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua saw the rough stone tablet by the mountain path. She couldn't help but be moved. This rough stone tablet was similar to the stone tablet that she had refined before. Could it be that she could use the same method to refine it? Of course, this thought only hovered in Zhang Xiaohua's mind for a moment before disappearing. If she wanted to do this, she had to find a moonless and windy night. The disciples of Ruijin Palace, who were guarding the mountain, did not behave the same way as when Zhang Xiaohua came. They came out of the protective formation from afar and stood by the mountain path to welcome Nanjing Yi. Nanjing Yi was expressionless. She rode her horse to the front of the mountain and raised her head to look at the towering, lingering fragrance peak. Then, she looked at the disciples of Ruijin Palace who were respectfully surrounding her. Soon after, she let out a long howl. This long howl was like metal and stone splitting the air. The sound shook the surroundings and startled countless celestial birds. Lord Sect Leader. The surrounding disciples were horrified. They covered their ears and fell to the ground as they cried out in alarm. Zhang Xiaohua's face was filled with surprise. She also bent over on the back of the odd beast and pretended to be attacked. However, her eyes were secretly looking through Huan's neck. Nanjing Yi's long howl lasted for half a cup of tea's time before she stopped. Then, she looked up to the sky and laughed. However, this laughter was filled with sorrow and relief. Then, she floated up and used her lightness skill to rush to the mountain path of Lingering Fragrance Peak. After a few leaps, she disappeared without a trace. Her laughter followed her to the top of Lingering Fragrance Peak. After a while, the people lying on the ground got up from the ground with a trace of pain on their faces. Who could say anything? After tidying up, the disciples of Ruijin Palace were still patrolling. Xiaqing and the others calmed down and went up the stairs to Mo Xin Palace. Inside Mo Xin Palace, everything was the same. Nanjing Yi was still sitting at the top. Although she couldn't see her face and didn't know her mood, Zhang Xiaohua could still easily feel a kind of relaxation from the air in Mo Xin Palace. On both sides of Nanjing Yi were Nanjing Fan, Nun Xuezhen, Peacock, Chun Shun, Yuyin, and a few others whom Zhang Xiaohua didn't know. They all had doubts on their faces and kept silent. Everyone stood still. Zhang Xiaohua was at the back. Xiaqing went forward and told everyone what happened in Huansu. Everyone was surprised and looked at Nanjing Yi. Nanjing Yi sighed and said, "After hearing Xiaqing's report, I immediately rushed to the core of the ruins of Huanshu. Although the great formation of the ruins of Huanshu has collapsed and spiritual beasts are rampaging, the great formation at the core is still there, and the heavenly thunder is still there. Nothing much has changed. That thing should still be there. Seeing that everyone was relieved, Nun Jing, he said again, but the immortal path senior who appeared in Huansu, according to Xiaqing's description, it should be Immortal Paths Senior Huan. Senior Huan? Everyone who knew was shocked and shouted, How? How is this possible? That's right. Nun Jing, he was helpless as well. Everyone knows that Huan Su was renamed from cult leader Yu to Huan Su to commemorate Senior Huan. Since cult leader Yu thinks that Senior Huan has no physiology, then Senior Huan definitely won't be alive. Moreover, how many years has it been? How can there be someone who has lived for so many years in this world? Even if it's the immortal path, its lifespan is limited. Nun Jing fan frowned and said, I think so too. But if it's not Senior Huan, then who could it be? Moreover, the cultivation of the immortal path is so high that it can fly. This is the cultivation of Senior Huan in the records. After pondering for a moment, Peacock said, Fortunately, no matter what, this person is still the forearm of our fragrant sect. Although he can't show his real face, he saved Lily, Xiaqing, and the others. Moreover, he can control the mountain-shaking bear. This seems to be an unexpected power. Yes, the Yawandan pill in Lily's body is several times better than the Yawandan pill we're using now. If it wasn't for our fragrant sect's immortal path senior, he wouldn't have been able to make it. Nun Jing added. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the hall and looked at Meng's figure. Unconsciously, she focused on listening to everyone's guesses about him. At this moment, a weak divine sense swept over. Then, a sword light shot towards Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 9:39. When the divine sense swept past, Zhang Xiaohua became alert and focused his attention outside the hall. When the sword light rushed up, he pretended to be absent-minded and looked outside the hall. Io! Zhang Xiaohua pretended to panic and didn't care about etiquette. He took a step forward and fled into Mo Xin's palace. Although Zhang Xiaohua didn't release his divine sense and didn't have time to see who was attacking him, he thought that as long as he caught Nun Jingyi's attention, who would dare to be arrogant in Mo Xin's palace? Unexpectedly, things went beyond his expectations. He quickly moved forward and escaped the attack of the sword light. However, when the person who attacked saw Zhang Xiaohua dodging, he didn't give up and chased after Zhang Xiaohua. A sharp light followed behind Zhang Xiaohua. Sect leader, save me, Zhang Xiaohua shouted and wanted to use the ethereal steps. At this moment, Nun Jing exerted strength in her feet and floated into the air. With a few steps, she arrived beside Zhang Xiaohua. She stretched out her hand and caught the sword light behind Zhang Xiaohua with 2 fingers. She said coldly, Elder Jinggang, what are you doing? Zhang Xiaohua behind Nun Jingyi. When she turned around, she saw Jinggang floating down. Nun Jinggang had a veil on her face, but the undulation of the veil made her look extremely angry. Oh no, could it be that something has been exposed? Zhang Xiaohua's heart thumped. However, he was no longer as nervous as when he first arrived at Lingering Fragrance Peak. He took a look and pretended to tremble. Jing, Nun Jinggang, this lowly one, how did this lowly one offend you? You actually sneak attacked me from behind? What Nun Jinggang did just now was the shameless sneak attack from behind in the pugilistic world. Elder Jinggang, do you have anything to say? Jing Yi said coldly. Mo Xian's palace is not a place to use weapons. Although you are the sect's Grand Elder, you still have to abide by the sect's rules. If you can't give a reason, don't blame me for being impartial. Jing Yi Shirtai kept calling Jinggang Shirtai Elder, but never mentioned the title of Senior Sister because she was angry. Sect leader is so impressive. Jinggang didn't avoid it and sneered. 3 of my disciples were killed by this shameless brat. How can you make me calm? If I don't kill him, how can I face Shuichuan? Jing Yi Shirtai frowned and said in surprise, Elder Jinggang, you can't talk nonsense. How could Ren Xiaoyao kill Yu Zhuochuan? Moreover, the two of them have nothing to do with each other. There's no reason for them to have a dispute. If I can use my sword in Mo Xin's palace, I naturally have something to use against him. Otherwise, how can I dare to kill in front of sect leader? Jing Gang was furious and didn't put Jing Yi's prestige in her eyes. A trace of anger flashed in Nun Jing Yi's eyes. She looked at the long sword in her hand and scolded, "Put down the long sword. I'm here. Tell me the whole story. If Yu Zhuochuan was harmed by Ren Xiaoyao, I'll definitely redress her grievances." Nun Jing Gang pondered for a moment and loosened her grip. At the same time, Nun Jing Yi also loosened her grip, and the long sword fell to the ground. Nun Jing Gang's arm moved slightly, wanting to grab the long sword. However, just as she moved her hand, she felt a chill. She subconsciously raised her head and saw Nun Jing Yi's murderous gaze. Jing Gang was startled. She heard the sound of the sword falling to the ground. Humph! Nun Jing Gang snorted and coldly looked at the panicking Zhang Xiaohua. She quickly walked over to Nun Jing Yi's chair and sat down. Jing Yi looked at Zhang Xiaohua and then at the surprised crowd in the hall. She asked softly, "Ren Xiaoyao, do you know Yu Zhuochuan?" Zhang Xiaohua nodded. "Oh." Jing Yi was surprised. "How did you know him?" "He is a disciple of Rui Jin Hall." "You? Even if you are an alchemy boy from distant Fire Hall, you shouldn't have met him." Zhang Xiaohua cupped her hands and told her everything about her encounter with Yu Zhuochuan. She even told her about Shi Mujuan's threat. Finally, she said, "This disciple never saw Senior Yu again." "You're lying," Jing Gang said sternly. "You killed Zhuochuan when you were testing your martial arts in Emerald Valley." "Emerald Valley? Testing martial arts?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. She explained, "Great Elder, what you said is strange. Emerald Valley is a place where disciples test their martial arts. Only this disciple entered that day. How could this disciple see Senior Yu and even kill him?" Qin Shen was already impatient. He frowned and said, "That's right. Great Elder, your words are a little irrelevant." Jing Gang glared at Qin Shen and looked at Zhang Xiaohua. She said fiercely, "Ren Xiaoyao, can you really pat your chest and swear that you were the only one in Emerald Valley? That you didn't see anyone else?" "Of course." Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate at all. He patted his chest and said, "I, Ren Xiaoyao, swear that I am the only one in Lichui Valley, and I have not met a second person. If I speak a lie, may the heavens strike me with 5 bolts of lightning, and may I, Ren Xiaoyao, suffer the pain of being struck by lightning." Her words were powerful, and her expression did not change at all. But Jing Gang still shook her head. "It's just a few oaths. You can't take it seriously." Zhang Xiaohua smiled bitterly and asked Jing, "When this disciple entered Emerald Valley that day, I saw that the valley was different from what Zhang Pinger said. I wanted to go back and explain, but I was afraid that senior sister Mei Suiying would find other problems for this disciple. So I went all the way. Fortunately, I was lucky and found a so-called ghost face mushroom in the innermost part of Emerald Valley. Although this disciple did not know its age, it was already in the innermost part, and there was no more. So I braced myself and went back to report." But without waiting for Jing Yi to speak, Jing Gang said loudly, "But Mei Suiying did see Zhuochuan enter Emerald Valley that day." "Huh?" Zhang Xiaohua was surprised again. She said loudly, "I don't know. What did senior brother you do in Emerald Valley that day?" Did Jing Gang need to say what Yu Zhuochuan did? Just now, Zhang Xiaohua had described the scene of her meeting with Yu Zhuochuan. Then there was Shi Mujuan's words. How could everyone not understand the possible relationship between Zhang Xiaohua, Zhang Pinger, and Yu Zhuochuan? How could they not know what Yu Zhuochuan was doing in Emerald Valley? Chun Shin glared fiercely at Zhang Xiaohua and said in a low voice, "This kid doesn't look attractive. Why does he attract bees and butterflies?" Although his voice was soft, everyone in the hall heard it clearly. Zhang Xiaohua's face reddened slightly. Jing Yi thought for a moment and said, "Tell Zhang Pinger from Distant Fire Palace to come to Mo Xian Palace." Then she said, "Mei Suiying, come in and talk." Yes. A timid voice came from outside the door. The one who came in was Mei Suing. She walked in and looked at the people in the hall. Her eyes flickered. Only when she saw Nun Jinggang sitting on top did she feel relieved. After coming forward to greet her, Jing Yi said coldly, "Arranging for Ren Xiaoyao to test his martial arts in Emerald Valley and then having Yu Zhuochuan ambush him. Was it you who planned this behind the scenes?" Yes, this disciple. But before she finished speaking, Mei Suing immediately felt that something was wrong. She changed her words and said, "This disciple didn't plan it alone. It was senior brother Yu who ordered this disciple to do it." Jing Gang moved her body but didn't say anything. "Good. Tell me the whole story." The matter was very simple. Yu Zhuochuan saw that Zhang Xiaohua treated him coldly. Of course, he knew the crux of the matter. He found Mei Suing, who also harbored evil intentions towards Zhang Xiaohua. The timing was also coincidental. It was just in time for the fragrance cult's inheritance test. The person in charge of Zhang Xiaohua's martial arts test, eldest martial sister Han Zhuoqi, didn't have time. Thus, she gave this unnecessary test to Mei Suing. Therefore, the two of them worked together to design this unexpected martial arts test. They want to take Zhang Xiaohua's life in Ghost Valley. You saw with your own eyes that Yu Zhuochuan entered Emerald Valley after Ren Xiaoyao. Jing Yi asked coldly. Yes, this disciple saw it with her own eyes. Mei Suing looked at Jing Gang and answered. Then what color was Yu Zhuochuan's clothes that day? Jing Yi asked. This. Mei Suing was somewhat hesitant. She whispered, Senior Martial Brother Yu's Qinggong is very strong. This disciple didn't see it clearly. It seemed to be cyan. Oh no, it should be white. Jing Yi sneered. What color was it? Cyan. Mei Suing gritted her teeth. At this moment, Jing Yi raised her head and said, Let Zhang Pinger come in. Who is the other female disciple? Zhang Xiaohua raised her head and saw the indifferent Zhang Pinger and the nervous Shui Linglong come in side by side. Shui Linglong and Zhang Pinger bowed. This disciple was working beside Mo Xian Palace. When I heard Hierarch summon, I hurried over. May I know what Hierarch is here for? Zhang Pinger, tell this Hierarch. A month ago, when my Hierarch's protector disciple Ren Xiaoyao tested his martial arts in Emerald Valley, did he go in alone? Ren Xiaoyao? Emerald Valley tested his martial arts? Zhang Pinger frowned. Her face was slightly red. She looked at Shui Linglong and slightly tilted her head. When she saw Zhang Xiaohua, she couldn't help but get angry. However, she was still respectful. She said in a deep voice, On that day, Senior Martial Brother Run went in alone. You didn't see the second person? No. You didn't see Yu Zhuochuan go in? Senior Martial Brother Yu? Zhang Pinger's face was red. She was even more surprised. However, she seemed to have realized something. She shook her head. No, Hierarch. This disciple stayed at the entrance of Emerald Valley the whole day. I didn't see anyone other than Senior Martial Brother and go in. Oh, this is my Senior Martial sister, Shui Linglong. She also accompanied me at the entrance of the valley that day. She can testify. Yes, Hierarch. This disciple, Shui Linglong, was also at the entrance of Emerald Valley that day. I didn't see anyone go in. That's strange. Lai Chui Valley is shrouded in ghost fog, so it's impossible to come down from above. You can only enter from the valley entrance. If you haven't seen it, how can it be said that Yu Zhuochuan has entered the valley? Chapter 940. Mei Suing, tell me the truth. Did you really see Yu Zhuochuan enter the valley? Jing yelled harshly. Mei Suing shuddered in fright. There seemed to be a kind of majesty in that rebuke. Disciple. Mei Suing said with a sobbing tone, Disciple made an agreement with Senior Brother Yu. Disciple attracted Zhang Pinger and the others' attention so that Senior Brother Yu could enter the valley. Disciple really didn't see Senior Brother Yu enter the valley with my own eyes. How dare you? Jing Gang leaped up. How dare you? Another voice sounded. Elder Jing Gang, this is Mo Xian Palace. You have repeatedly provoked our sect. Could it be that you know that we won't punish you? You. Jing Gang gritted her teeth, Sect leader, Yu Zhuochuan is my direct disciple and also your martial nephew. Why do you keep siding with an outsider? Sect leader, please be merciful and let me hack this guy to death. Let's see if he still dares to talk back. Shut up, Jing yelled. Elder Jing Gang. Although Ren Xiaoyao is not a direct disciple of our fragrant cult, he is still a protector's disciple. If there is no real evidence, how can others be convinced if we kill him directly? Then just torture him. Our fragrant cult has many ways to extort confessions. I don't believe that he won't tell the truth. Nanjing, he shook her head slightly. Eldest senior sister, I understand your feelings, but teaching is like running a country. You can't just do whatever you want. We can't torture a disciple just based on a few baseless words. Moreover, although Ren Xiao's martial arts are high, he is still far from being Yu Zhuochuan's opponent. Senior sister's deduction is based on Yu Zhuochuan entering the valley. But what if Yu Zhuochuan didn't enter the valley? Oh right, did senior sister find anything in Li Chui Valley? Jing Gang shook her head. After receiving Mei Suying's report, I personally went to take a look. As expected, the ghost fog in Li Chui Valley was mostly gone. I didn't find anything strange. Did you search carefully? Yes, I did. I sent dozens of Ruei Jin Palace disciples to search the entire Li Chui Valley. There was no trace. Senior sister, that's right. If it is as you said, just relying on your god, it's impossible not to find any clues. You didn't see it, and the disciples didn't find it. How could it be related to Ren Xiaoyao? But, Sect Master, Zhuokun was fine at Lingxiang Peak, but Ren Xiaoyao came and disappeared. How can I not be suspicious? Nanjing Yi sighed and looked at the silent Zhang Xiaohua. She nodded slightly and said, the aroma sect has been quiet for many years. Now, it's like a stagnant water with no ripples. Not to mention the immortal Dao Senior and Huan Su. Even the Dragon Sect, the Righteous Dao Alliance, and that mysterious sect have planted spies in our sect. This time, when Xia Qing and the others returned from Huan Su, they were attacked by the enemy. That day, Xia Qing and the others were seriously injured. If not for my timely arrival, I'm afraid they would have died in the enemy's hands. If that's the case, when the enemy destroys these people like the dead disciples, where will we find them? Don't tell me you're going to find a disciple and torture him. It's a bit chaotic now. The disciples of Spreading Fragrance sect should work together to maintain order in the sect, not fight and scheme against each other. Mei Suying, you conspired with Yu Zhuochuan to plot against the disciples of our sect. You have violated the third rule of the sect. Fortunately, it was only a plan and not implemented. I'll warn you once. Go back to the hall and receive your punishment. I won't pursue the other matters. Thank you, Sect Master. Mei Suying didn't dare to say anything. She was already very lucky that Jing Yi didn't delve into her relationship with Yu Zhuochuan. Moreover, from Jing Yi's words, the punishment wasn't too severe. How could she not thank her? Jing Gang sat on the chair and watched as Jing Yi dismissed everyone. She was furious. Although she wasn't certain, she had a faint feeling that Zhang Xiaohua was the one who killed Yu Zhuochuan ever since Mei Suying went to Ruei Jin Palace and reported to her. However, she didn't know why Jing Yi was so partial to Zhang Xiaohua and didn't even torture her. It really puzzled her. However, she didn't plan to let Zhang Xiaohua go. When Jing Yi waved her hand to dismiss Xia Qing and the others, Jing Gang rolled her eyes and said, Sect Master, there are dangers everywhere in the sect. All the disciples under us are busy and it's hard to find suitable disciples. Moreover, they are familiar with the entire sect and it's difficult to investigate them. Ren Xiaoyao is a newcomer and no one knows him. In my opinion, it's suitable for him to investigate the spies in the sect. Jing Yi frowned and stared at Jing Gang for a while. She said, Ren Xiaoyao was injured in Huan Su. We can't let him go down the mountain immediately. It won't be too late to let him go after he recovers, right? Jing Gang smiled. Moreover, Ren Xiaoyao is the guardian disciple of our fragrant sect. If we don't do something, I'm afraid many disciples won't be convinced. Yes, what senior sister said makes sense. Nanjing Yi thought for a moment and decided to give Nanjing Gang a way out. She nodded and said, Rin Xiaoyao, rest for a few days on Lingxiang Peak and heal your injuries. Then go down the mountain and have a look. This time, you were almost attacked by the enemy. If you can find one or two among the many disciples, it could be considered as revenge. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and said, I'll follow sect master's orders. After I see Zixia, I'll pack up and prepare to go down the mountain. Junior brother Ren has a good plan. If junior sister Zixia knows, she'll be happy. Peacock, who had been listening carefully, said, Unfortunately, when junior brother went down the mountain last time, junior sister Zixia went into closed-door training and hasn't come out yet. I'm afraid she'll disappoint junior brother. Meng is in closed-door training? Zhang Xiaohua was a little regretful and happy. He asked, I don't know. At this time, Qin Shun waved his hand and said, We don't know much about it. We only know that junior sister Zixia is in closed-door training and her time is uncertain. I'm afraid you won't be able to see her before you go down the mountain. Zhang Xiaohua touched his nose and said, Then I'll take my leave. Meng, I hope senior sisters will take care of her. Chun Qin laughed. Zixia isn't just yours. She's also our junior sister. Don't worry and go. Zhang Xiaohua bowed and left Mo Xin Palace. He didn't have any injuries and had healed himself along the way. Why would he need to treat his injuries? However, Zhang Xiaohua was still in the house outside Mo Xin Palace. He closed the door for 3 days and 3 nights. He was thinking along the way, combining the sword, playing the world in his mind, and the human figure in the stone tablet, and carefully comprehending the sword controlling technique. 3 days later, in the morning, the door opened, and Zhang Xiaohua's tall and thin figure walked out of the house. At this time, there was only confidence in his eyes. It was as if the world was in his hands. Looking at the quiet surroundings, Zhang Xiaohua smiled and released his divine sense. The range of his divine sense wasn't large, only 100 feet. Immediately, he understood the situation around him. Zhang Xiaohua suddenly frowned. About 70 to 80 feet away, there was a hidden place. There was a disciple of Ruijin Palace hiding there and secretly looking in his direction. Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Then, he pretended that he didn't know and took a stroll by the side of the house. Since Zhang Xiaohua came to Mo Xin Palace, he had been very careful and didn't release his divine sense. Now that he had something to rely on, he found something interesting. The range of 10 feet wasn't big, but it wasn't small either. Not long after, many disciples had passed by. Zhang Xiaohua didn't do it intentionally, but he found that there were fluctuations of heaven and earth yuan qi on most of the disciples. Why is that? Zhang Xiaohua was surprised, but after a while, he understood that the fragrant religion was a great religion left behind by the immortal Tao for 10,000 years. Moreover, it was under the protection of the array. Although the loss of yuan qi was great, there was still some of it left behind in the fragrant religion. Moreover, there were many artifacts of the immortal Tao, no matter if they were broken, scattered, or useless. Although these scattered artifacts were useless, it couldn't stop the disciples from liking them. Therefore, some of them carried the useless jade pendants on their bodies, and some of them inlaid the fragments of the artifacts on their swords. The fluctuation of yuan qi came from these useless fragments. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Compared to them, he was really poor. Just as he was thinking, a disciple caught sight of him from afar and quickly fled. What's the reason for this? Zhang Xiaohua almost wanted to touch his nose. Needless to say, the disciples of the Ruijin Palace must have been sent by Jinggang. Why did the disciple who just left? Not long after, the disciple returned with something wrapped in yellow silk in his hand. When he saw Zhang Xiaohua, he said in a deep voice, Are you Rin Xiaoyao's junior brother Rin? Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to be negligent. He cupped his hands and said, That's me. May I know why senior sister is looking for me? The disciple handed over the thing in his hand and said with a smile, I'm under the order of the hierarch to bestow this internal strength mental cultivation method to you. Internal strength mental cultivation method. Zhang Xiaohua didn't care about in his heart, but his face was full of joy. He received it with both hands and said, "Thank you for the hierarch's gift." Yes, the hierarch said that Ren Xiaoyao is our sect protector disciple. Although his internal strength isn't his forte, he can't be too vulgar. This internal strength mental cultivation method is practiced by the disciples of the Mo Nun Palace of the Incense Cult. He needs to exhaust himself and work hard to cultivate it. Don't disappoint the hierarch. Thank you for the hierarch's kindness. Zhang Xiaohua bowed. He knew that this was his reward for bringing back Mo Qingshan's relics, so he accepted it with a clear conscience. Chapter 941. Also, Lord Cult Leader said that if there is nothing wrong with your injuries, you should go down the mountain as soon as possible. You have to be more careful along the way. Yes, Zhang Xiaohua said with a smile. I will pack up and prepare to go out. Senior Marshal Sister, please report back to Lord Cult Leader. This disciple will definitely find out what happened. And I will report it as it is. The disciple nodded and turned to leave. After that, Zhang Xiaohua packed up a little and also rode down the mountain on the David's deer. Only the disciple of Ruijin Palace followed her for a while and disappeared. After leaving Lingering Fragrance Peak, Zhang Xiaohua became bolder. She released her divine sense and saw that the disciple of Ruijin Palace who was following her disappeared. She couldn't help but sneer in her heart. Nanjing, he was the cult leader of Ruijin cult. Her martial arts cultivation was definitely something that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't catch up with even if she rode the David's deer. As for the immortal past magical powers that she had inherited, it was estimated that many of them were also things that Zhang Xiaohua couldn't reach. However, if she were to encounter Nanjing, Zhang Xiaohua only had two magical powers to protect herself. One was the Transfiguration Technique, and the other was the Imperial Wind Technique. Both of these were worse than Nanjing Yi's, not to mention Nanjing Gang, whose divine sense was much weaker than Nanjing Yi's. In addition, Zhang Xiaohua had just comprehended the true Imperial Sword Technique. Zhang Xiaohua really didn't put Nanjing Gang in her eyes. Of course, Nanjing Gang was the successor of Ruijin cult and had been immersed in the immortal path cultivation for many years. There was always something that Zhang Xiaohua didn't expect. If Nanjing Gang didn't force her, Zhang Xiaohua would definitely not go against her. After riding on Huan Huan for half a day, Zhang Xiaohua gradually felt impatient. Although Huan Huan's leg strength was good, it was still lacking compared to the Imperial Wind Technique. Zhang Xiaohua thought for a moment and found a place with lush trees to throw Huan Huan down. She also found a low-lying place to hide the great wisdom heavy sword. Then, she used the Transfiguration Technique, and a handsome man with a moderate figure appeared. He laughed a few times, and with a wave of his sleeves, he flew into the air and disappeared without a trace. An hour after Zhang Xiaohua disappeared, on a mountain path not far away, a gray figure appeared. This person was wearing gray, close-fitting clothes, and her entire head was covered. Her face couldn't be seen. Only the curves of her body could be recognized as a woman. The woman jumped onto a tree and looked up at the winding mountain path. She muttered to herself, "This is clearly the path. Why can't I see any trace of him?" Then she laughed and said, "Hee, could it be that he knows? Did he go in the opposite direction? Then he turned around and went somewhere else? I want to see where he can go in the 19 mountains of Ruijin cult." As she spoke, the woman turned around and headed in another direction. When the woman had just left, about 500 feet away, on a protruding hill, a weak light flashed, following which a handsome man appeared on the hill. Looking at the woman's gradually disappearing figure, he frowned and said, Who is this woman? Is she chasing me?" But then he laughed and said, "How could she be chasing me? Maybe she's chasing that unlucky guy called Ren Xiaoyao." After that, he rubbed his nose and did the same thing as Zhang Xiaohua. Then he jumped and went in another direction. Wasn't this handsome man Zhang Xiaohua had disguised as the so-called Panin? After Zhang Xiaohua found her direction, she disguised herself and traveled with the wind. She traveled for more than half a day. In this half a day, Zhang Xiaohua rode the wind and performed the flying technique that she had just learned. The flying technique was the best technique in the Misty School. If one's cultivation had not reached a certain level, they would not be able to perform it. However, Zhang Xiaohua was indeed talented in the flying technique. She had comprehended it earlier, but her vital energy was limited and her cultivation was shallow. Thus, she could not practice it well. This time, she had gained some benefits in the ruins of Huanshu and started to practice the flying technique. She was just at the beginning, so it was the right time. Yes, it's here. Zhang Xiaohua, who was flying unsteadily in the air, saw a cliff and landed. It was the place where Xia Qing and the others were attacked a few days ago. Just when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to soar up again and take out the things he had buried according to his memory, his heart suddenly moved. He was actually vigilant. It seemed that there was some movement in the stone tablet he had refined. Oh no, could it be that someone has discovered it? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. She immediately went underground and went straight to the place where she sensed the danger. As she walked, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. This place is so remote that I can't even see a single disciple. Only the disciples of the Ruijin Palace who are guarding the ruins of Huanshu may pass by. I just buried the things. How could someone discover it? When did my character become so bad? When Zhang Xiaohua was a little closer, she released her divine sense. Sure enough, at the place where Zhang Xiaohua buried the money bag, there was a person in a black robe. This person was tall, and his whole head was covered by the cloak of the robe. Before Zhang Xiaohua could scan with her divine sense to see the face under the cloak, she saw the person move. He seemed to have sensed something. He suddenly turned around and looked around. It was an old man with white hair, a white face, and slender eyes. The old man looked around with extreme vigilance. Then he used his qing gong to come to a high ground. Seeing that there was no one else, he muttered something. His fingers moved slightly a few times, and he returned to the place where he stood just now. This old man can actually discover my divine sense. But why is he just standing there? If he wants to take out the things that I placed in the restriction, wouldn't he have to dig up the mountain rocks? As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua immersed her divine sense into the mountain rocks and looked at the restriction. It didn't matter as the restriction and things were still there. However, outside the restriction, there were actually many pitch-black insects. These insects were extremely small and black, just like a black fog. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but frown. This seems to have seen it somewhere before. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was alarmed. She turned around slightly and saw a wisp of black fog approaching her from less than 3 feet above her right hand. Ouch! Zhang Xiaohua didn't have time to think. He quickly formed a hand seal and dove into the ground. At the same time, an old voice coldly rang out. Where did this thief come from? How dare you peep at me? Then, the cold voice revealed a hint of astonishment. Obviously, he knew that Zhang Xiaohua had escaped underground. Zhang Xiaohua had escaped underground and wanted to heave a sigh of relief. However, when her divine sense swept behind her, she realized that the wisp of black fog had followed her. Since the black fog formed by the black insects could discover the restriction underground, of course, it could also chase after Zhang Xiaohua. Moreover, the insects flew very quickly and Zhang Xiaohua couldn't get rid of them while she was in the earth escape technique. After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and headed towards the restriction. That old man could obviously see Zhang Xiaohua's movement through the black insects. He was slightly taken aback. Then, his lips moved slightly and a chanting sound was heard. At the same time, his fingers moved again. In an instant, a portion of the black insects that were hiding on the restriction secretly came out from the front. The old man had a good idea. He wanted to attack from the front and back, but his divine sense didn't seem strong enough. Perhaps he could only rely on the black insects to determine Zhang Xiaohua's movement. How could he be as agile as Zhang Xiaohua? Zhang Xiaohua made a few turns and left the black insects behind her. Then, she found an opening and quickly swept past the restriction. When she got closer, she saw the black insect that was hiding on the restriction. It was smaller than a flea. One of its antennae was bent and pressed against the restriction. The two transparent wings on its back were flapping slightly. On the antennae, there was an even more subtle fluctuation. With this flickering, the restriction was corroded bit by bit. After seeing the appearance of the black insect, Zhang Xiaohua immediately realized that this was the mysterious black insect that she had extracted from Oyan's Mud Pill Palace on Shixin Peak. Could it be that this old man is the consecrator of Lingxiang Peak who had a conflict with Nun Jingyi? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself, and her actions weren't slow. She pinched an incantation gesture and hit the original restriction. That restriction shone brightly and shook the black insect a foot away. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of this gap and reached out her hand to take out the money pouch, belt, bracelet, and other items from the restriction. Following that, she kept them into her bosom. Only then did she put down the stone in her heart. With a sharp whistle, she dashed out of the ground. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua rush out of the ground with a whoosh and float in the air, the already surprised old man's face became even more solemn. He stretched out his hand to reach for a weapon at his waist. However, just as his hand touched the weapon, he paused and immediately pulled out a small, sparkling, and translucent jade ruby from his bosom. Holding the jade ruby in his hand, the old man then raised his head and asked in a deep voice, "This young friend, this thing underground was discovered by me. Why did you snatch it?" "You discovered it?" Zhang Xiaohua saw that the old man wasn't afraid of her using the earth escape technique and the wind controlling technique, and even questioned her. She couldn't help but become vigilant. Using her divine sense, she saw that those black insects had drilled out of the ground and were gathering in the air above the old man's head. They were black and faint and didn't move forward to attack. Furthermore, there weren't any black insects around her. She then opened her mouth and said, "These things were discovered by you, but you forgot that these things were buried by I." The old man was shocked and blurted out, "Where did you come from, Taoist priest?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and said with a smile, "You don't need to know where I come from. You only need to know that the things you discovered are mine. I'm going to take them away now." The old man rolled his eyes and shook his head. "You're mistaken, Taoist priest. You obviously came after me. If these things belong to Taoist priest, why would Taoist priest bury them here? With Taoist priest's magical powers, there shouldn't be many people who can do anything to these things, right?" Chapter 942. The old man's question was reasonable, and Zhang Xiaohua was at a loss for words. However, the reason could not be revealed to outsiders. Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "You old man, you're really unreasonable. If I said that this thing belongs to I, then it belongs to I. Why do you need a reason?" "That's right, Taoist priest is a person of the immortal Tao. Your powers are vast, and you're not someone I can compare to. However, everything under the heavens cannot be reasoned with. If Taoist priest can't produce any convincing evidence, then I, the old man, did not say any threatening words, but the jade ruby in his hand tightened. Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with her divine sense. The jade ruby was also very lively. It should be an immortal Tao artifact, but she did not know what use it had. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua smiled. "That's easy. Of course, I can give you a reason. However, you have to tell I, who are you?" The old man was stunned. After thinking for a while, he said, "Since Taoist priest is asking, how can I not tell you?" "All right." When Zhang Xiaohua heard this, she reached out and took out Chasing Dream. She did not form any seals, but threw it into the air. Then, she used her divine sense to control Chasing Dream according to the Sword of the World technique. Chasing Dream floated in the air. At first, it did not move. Then, it suddenly emitted a weak light. That light flashed and then extinguished. Chasing Dream suddenly moved. Like lightning, it shot toward the old man. The old man was looking at Zhang Xiaohua. When he saw her throw the small sword, he was already on guard. When he saw the small sword flying towards him, he was even more shocked. The fingers on his left hand moved nimbly as he chanted something. His right hand raised the jade ruby. A ball of light green light slowly flowed out from the jade rui. However, before the light could shine, Chasing Dream had already shot in front of the old man. Chasing Dream was like lightning. When it arrived in front of the old man, it jumped back and retreated rapidly. It only stopped when it was 10 feet away. Then, it jumped up and down in the air. Whoosh! Only at this moment did the brilliance of the jade scepter open. It was like a wall that blocked the old man's body. Zhang Xiaohua could not help but smile when she saw that the imperial sword technique was indeed extraordinary. It was only her first time trying it out, but the speed of the Chasing Dream was several times faster than when she did not know the trick to controlling it in the past. Following that, the Chasing Dream trembled again and the brilliance reappeared. At this moment, 2 identical Chasing Dreams appeared out of thin air, one in front and one behind. They were just as fast as before. With 2 consecutive bangs, the light screen formed by the jade rui swayed, and the old man's figure swayed along with it. The 2 Chasing Dreams intertwined and swooped down again. The old man's expression changed greatly. His left hand did not dare to be negligent. His fingers moved again as he chanted. Half of the black cloud above his head flew down, and the other half attacked Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not have any expression on her face. She reached into her bosom and took out a fire talisman. She threw it out. With a pong sound, the talisman exploded around the black bugs. Sparks rained down and covered the black bugs that were attacking them. However, when the fire dissipated, the black bugs were still flying in the air. Not many of them were burned to death by the fire. Io, could it be that these black bugs can only be destroyed by the delirium I or Little Black? When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, her expression changed. Of course, Little Black was not by her side, and the delirium I did not have any movement. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua made a hand seal. Zhu Meng immediately turned around and rushed towards the black bugs. However, there were too many black bugs. Although Zhu Meng knocked a few of them to the ground, it was like a cup of water on a burning cart of firewood. Most of the black bugs ignored it and swarmed over. Zhang Xiaohua retreated a little when he saw the black worms approaching. He extended his hand and took out the beast head paperweight. This thing had mysteriously subdued the fire crows in the ruins of Huan. Perhaps it would be useful. As expected, the moment the beast head paperweight appeared, the black worms instinctively paused. However, under the command of the old man, they flew over again. However, their flying formation was no longer stable. Zhang Xiaohua frowned. Just like in the ruins of Huan, she channeled her vital energy into the beast head paperweight. However, this time, it was different from the ruins of Huan. The beast head paperweight did not suck in all the black bugs like it did in the past. Of course, it was not to no avail. As Zhang Xiaohua channeled her vital energy, the black bugs seemed to feel afraid. They did not charge forward but circled around a few feet in front of Zhang Xiaohua. Rolling left and right, the old man was also stunned. He waved his left hand, and hurried sounds came from his mouth. He seemed to be urging the black bugs, but the black bugs escaped his control and stopped. Unknowingly, the 2 of them were in a stalemate, or rather, they were both feeling awkward and helpless. Seeing this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes turned. She waved her hand, and Zhu Meng split into 2 and flew back into Zhang Xiaohua's hand. Then, Zhang Xiaohua flew back a few feet and laughed. How is it? Can this prove that this item belongs to I? When the old man heard this, he was stunned at first. Then, he revealed an unconcealable joy. Although he did not dare to loosen his grip on a jade rui in his right hand, his left hand did what Zhang Xiaohua did. With a wave of his hand, the bugs that had turned into black fog flew back. When they reached the old man's side, they entrenched themselves on top of his head. Taoist priest, you are indeed skilled in the art of sword manipulation. I can't compare to you. Needless to say, just based on the fact that Taoist priest can control the flying sword inside, I know that this item must have been left behind by you. The old man said with a smile. He did not bother to distinguish whether the flying sword was taken out from the ground or not. Since we have identified the item, you can tell I. Who are you? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed her eyes and asked from afar. She did not move forward. She thought that the old man would beat around the bush. Who knew that the old man said loudly, "I am Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace. May I know who Daoist priest is?" Then he asked with a strange tone, could it be the spring equinox or hibernation awakening? Zhang Xiaohua frowned and pretended not to know. She said, "What spring equinox or hibernation awakening?" "I am Panin." "Panin?" When Lei Hong heard this, he pondered for a moment, as if he was thinking about something. Then he asked, "Senior Pan, forgive me for being slow-witted. Senior's cultivation method was not passed down by the fragrant religion. Moreover, your supernatural powers are obviously superior to the fragrant religion's Nanjing. May I know?" Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand and sneered. "How can you know I's origin? I just don't know why you are around the Huan, Su, if you are from the Greenwood Palace." Lei Hong also smiled and said, "Of course, I am here on the orders of the sect leader. I am here on official business." Zhang Xiaohua did not believe that this guy could go against Nanjing and attack Oyen. Of course, he was not a good person. Maybe it was related to the sneak attack a few days ago. After thinking for a while, Zhang Xiaohua put away the beast head paperweight. She cupped her hands and said, "In that case, you can continue with your business. I will leave first." After that, she made a gesture and used the art of riding wind. She went straight in one direction and disappeared in a moment. Seeing Zhang Xiaohua suddenly leave, Lei Hong did not dare to move. He still held the jade scepter and stood there quietly. After waiting for the time it took to brew a cup of tea, he commanded the black bug to circle around for a long time. He even checked the ground. After confirming that there was no trace of Zhang Xiaohua, he finally breathed a sigh of relief. He wiped the sweat from his forehead and muttered to himself in shock. Where did this immortal senior come from? He looks quite young. How can he be so powerful? Maybe he is not a hibernation awakening. This power, I am afraid that he is close to the few heavenly kings in the sect. Then Lei Hong shook his head slightly. Fortunately, this senior is not from the incense cult. Otherwise, it would be difficult. However, even if it is difficult, what can he do? He has not returned to the Tenryu sect for a long time. I am afraid that the heavenly kings have trained many experts. It's a good thing that he doesn't have a way to restrain this soul puppet of mine. Otherwise, this old life of mine would have to die here today. This is a big piece of news. Let's wait for the incense cult restriction to be lifted and send the news out quickly. Don't delay the sect leader's plan. As he spoke, Lei Hong took out a coarse black bottle from his bosom and kept the black soul puppet. Just as he was about to keep the bottle, he stopped and released a small soul puppet. Then, he held the jade scepter in his hand and used his qin gong to fly in another direction. After Lei Hong and Zhang Xiaohua left, there was only a gentle breeze blowing in this unremarkable place. No one knew what had happened here. 10 days later, on a mountain peak that reached the clouds, there was a sudden movement among the lush greenery. Between two trees, a ball of faint light flashed, and a tall and thin man emerged from the ground. It was Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua had a smile on his face as he looked at the beautiful scenery on the mountain peak. He smiled and said, "As expected, there is also an 8 trigrams purple gold furnace on Quanglu Peak. I have already gathered 17 alchemy furnaces. Only Jiuhua Peak has not been visited. I am curious, what is the use of these 18 alchemy furnaces?" Ever since Zhang Xiaohua obtained the belt and other items that were hidden underground and failed to win the battle with Lei Hong, he went to the 19 peaks of the incense cult. Quanglu Peak was the second to last one. As Zhang Xiaohua expected, there was a hidden alchemy room at the peak of each peak. There was an identical 8 trigrams purple gold furnace inside. However, when he saw the 17 identical alchemy furnaces in the belt, Zhang Xiaohua was even more suspicious. No matter how bored the seniors of the incense cult were, they would never place an alchemy furnace on each peak. Moreover, they were identical. What was the purpose of these alchemy furnaces? The 17 pill furnaces in the belt were placed together, and there was a faint connection between them. However, if one looked carefully, there was no trace of it. After sitting in the forest for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua didn't want to go directly to Jiuhua Peak. For the past 10 days or so, he had concealed himself and practiced his flying technique while walking in the aroma cult. He also felt that it was quite tiring. Now that he had arrived at Quanglu Peak, which was right next to Jinghai Lake, he couldn't help but have the thought of going to take a look. Chapter 943. Jinghai Lake was the place where Zhang Xiaohua first entered the fragrant religion. It was quite a large lake, and it was also the place where people entered and exited the fragrant religion. Zhang Xiaohua's immortal cultivation had greatly improved, and her divine sense was also a lot stronger. Therefore, she also had the intention to explore Jinghai Lake. Forming a seal with her hand, Zhang Xiaohua's body flew up and broke through the sky. Her figure gradually dimmed, indicating that her flying technique and concealment technique had greatly improved. The flying technique was indeed powerful. Although Zhang Xiaohua had just entered the sect, it only took her the time to drink a cup of tea to arrive at Jinghai Lake. From afar, Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. She only felt that the fluctuation of heaven and earth's origin energy above the lake was very strong. Especially above the lake, there were several fluctuations that swept across, and it was very chaotic. Zhang Xiaohua frowned and temporarily dispelled the idea of exploring the lake. She formed a seal and landed in the forest beside the lake. The forest was lush with branches and leaves, and the wind blew the leaves, creating a rustling sound. After Zhang Xiaohua landed, she did not use her qigong. Instead, she walked step by step in the shade of the trees. The mottled sunlight penetrated through the forest, and it was particularly dazzling. Her feet stepped on the 1-foot-thick underbrush, and the rustling sound made Zhang Xiaohua recall many things. This was the place where Zhang Xiaohua first met the outstanding disciple of the Dan Repository Hall, Lu Lihong. It was also in the morning that Zhang Xiaohua saw the sanctimonious side of Lu Lihong. The dragon scale fruit that she obtained was also taken away by Lu Lihong. However, the things that happened after that were even more unimaginable. She met Lu Lihong again, fought with him, and was ambushed and killed by him. All of this happened in the span of a few months. At this moment, she was revisiting old memories. Where was the expert who deceived her in the past? He had already turned into a handful of soil in the Yulon Grand Canyon. Thinking about this, Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check. In just a moment, she saw a lot of precious herbs in the forest. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua disdained to pick them. Although the herbs in the Yulon Grand Canyon were refined in the Shixin Peak, the remaining herbs were enough for Zhang Xiaohua to use. Although the herbs in the forest were good, they were far from what Zhang Xiaohua had, so naturally, it did not attract her interest. Just when Zhang Xiaohua casually glanced around, suddenly, an obscure fluctuation appeared, and in the blink of an eye, it disappeared again. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. He focused his divine sense on the place just now, but there was no more movement. Could it be that I saw wrongly? Zhang Xiaohua thought with a frown. However, he still changed his direction and went to the place where the fluctuation came from. When he got closer, he found that the place where the fluctuation appeared was out of the forest, right next to the Jinghai Lake. Looking carefully, Zhang Xiaohua was surprised to find that it was the place where she and Chong Chong had set up camp. Could it be that there is something fishy underground? Zhang Xiaohua thought, and the obscure fluctuation suddenly appeared again. Just like before, it disappeared in a moment. Of course, this time, Zhang Xiaohua saw it clearly with her divine sense. It was a small bead under the ground not far away. Zhang Xiaohua used her divine sense to check the surroundings of the bead. After confirming that there was no danger, she walked over. The bead was not buried deep, and Zhang Xiaohua easily took it out. Looking at the gray bead in her hand, Zhang Xiaohua concentrated her divine sense and wanted to delve into it. However, the bead seemed to have a strange restriction. It did not isolate her divine sense, but when she tried to force her divine sense into it, the restriction shook violently, and a chaotic aura came out from within the bead. Suddenly, A sense of danger rose in Zhang Xiaohua's heart. Her expression changed, and with a flick of her wrist, she immediately threw the gray bead towards the Jinghai Lake. The bead shot out like an arrow from a bow. Even so, when the bead flew to the surface of the lake, the restriction on the surface of the lake was triggered. Before the restriction could activate, there was a weak flash of light, followed by a loud bang. The bead actually exploded on the surface of the lake, and the explosion caused huge waves to rise from the bottom of the lake. What is this? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. If the bead exploded in her hand, wouldn't she lose her life? No matter how light it was, she reckoned that she would not be able to keep her arm. Is this something that was forcefully buried, or was it buried by someone else? Zhang Xiaohua was about to ponder, but there was another movement, and a weak divine sense swept over. Zhang Xiaohua's expression changed slightly, and a fierce look flashed in her eyes. She seemed to have an idea. She pinched a spell, and first, she escaped into the ground. After a short while, a few disciples wearing the uniform of the Wuming Hall hurriedly rushed over. Before they arrived, they saw a woman wearing tight clothes. Her head was wrapped tightly, and she was using her qing gong to stand high above the bushes. After the explosion, the surface of the lake returned to normal. However, the restriction on the surface of the lake was even more chaotic. How could these low-level disciples of the Wuming Hall know about this? They checked for a long time, but they did not find anything, so they had to go elsewhere. When these disciples went far away, the woman hiding in the bushes revealed herself. Her exposed eyes stared at the surface of the lake for a long time, as if she was thinking about something. At this time, the sound of leaves swaying could be heard from not far away. The woman raised her eyebrows, stood up, and looked for the source. Rin Xiaoyao. Before the woman could get close, she saw Zhang Xiaohua's exposed back. She blurted out, "You are indeed cunning. I have been chasing you for a long time, but I could not find any trace of you. If I did not have a sudden impulse to come to the Jinghai Lake to take a look, who would know that you were hiding here?" Zhang Xiaohua heard the sound behind her, and she pretended to be afraid. She used her qing gong, ethereal steps, and went into the depths of the forest. Ethereal steps? The woman seemed to be very familiar with ethereal steps. When Zhang Xiaohua used it, she saw through it. "I knew that there was something wrong with you. I did not expect your problem to be so big." Zhang Xiaohua did not look back. She controlled her speed, sometimes fast and sometimes slow, so that the woman behind her could not catch up. After the time it took to smoke a cigarette, the two of them went into the depths of the forest. The woman was so angry that she forgot to consider why she could not catch up to Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua continued to run forward until she found a spacious area. Zhang Xiaohua stood under a tree with her arms crossed. She turned around and said with a smile, "Great Elder Jinggang, why are you chasing me?" When the woman heard this, she unconsciously stopped and changed her voice. She asked curiously, "You? How did you know it was me?" As she spoke, she removed the cloth that was wrapped around her head, revealing her white hair and wrinkled face. "Ha ha ha!" Zhang Xiaohua laughed. "In the entire fragrant cult, you're the only one who can't get along with me. Other than you, who else would care about a small character like me? It's that simple?" Jing Gang was stunned and asked in disbelief. "Of course, other than this, what else could it be? You change your voice and clothes, but you didn't even let me see your face. If I didn't guess, how would I know?" Jing Gang slowly nodded and sneered. "Since you know it's me, you don't seem to be afraid. Why should I be afraid?" Zhang Xiaohua also sneered. "Lord Sect Leader knows how dissatisfied you are with me, so he followed your tone and sent me down the mountain. You went down the mountain without permission to kill me. Aren't you afraid of being punished by Lord Sect Leader?" "Punished?" Jing Gang laughed. "Let's not talk about the fact that I went down the mountain through a secret passage. Jing, he only knows that I went into seclusion to cultivate and doesn't know that I went down the mountain. Even if she knew, I would have killed you long ago. What else can she say? It's just a few words of punishment. Do you think I would abandon the decades of relationship between us for a mere disciple?" Zhang Xiaohua held her chin and didn't say anything. Then she heard Jing Gang say, "Actually, I was a bit anxious that day. If you hadn't found Mo Qingshan's relics, and I hadn't listened to Mei Suyin's words, I would have lost my mind and only wanted to kill you to avenge Zhuo Chuan. I lost Jing Yi's face in Mo Xin's palace. Do you think I wouldn't have killed you on Lingering Fragrance Peak? But, Zhang Xiaohua said thoughtfully, you don't have evidence that I killed you, Zhuo Chuan. How do you know that I killed her? Evidence? It's just something from the legends. As long as you have the slightest chance, this old woman will kill you and kill all the people who can kill Zhuo Kun. The real murderer will also be killed by this old woman. Jing Gang said with a sneer. Zhang Xiaohua's eyes narrowed. I'd rather kill 1,000 by mistake than let one person go. Great Elder, what a good plan. Jing Gang, kill people. Do I still need to plan? Jing Gang said proudly. That's true. Zhang Xiaohua put down her hand and said, there's an old proverb that says those who kill will be killed by others. I don't know if Great Elder has heard of it. Ha ha ha. Jing Gang laughed. I have heard of it, but I don't understand. Ren Xiaoyao, you've said so much. You can die now. As she spoke, Jing Gang stretched out her hand and a long sword came out of its scabbard. Wait a moment. Zhang Xiaohua waved her hand. Doesn't Great Elder want to know whether I killed you, Zhuo Chuan, or not? There's no difference whether you killed her or not. It won't be too late to tell me after you die. Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua said as he reached out his hand and took out something from his bosom. When she saw the item in Zhang Xiaohua's hand, Jing Gang's eyes widened. She scolded angrily, Ren Xiaoyao, you brat. You actually got the purple phoenix hairpin. Zhuo Chuan was indeed killed by you. Give me your life. As she spoke, she raised her long sword. It was very similar to Shi Mujuan's sword. She was going to stab Zhang Xiaohua. That's not all. Zhang Xiaohua sneered and took out another purple phoenix hairpin from his bosom. He held both purple phoenix hairpins in his hands and waved them in the air a few times. He smiled and said, your two precious disciples have become ghosts in my hands. I'm afraid you will follow in their footsteps. Yu Zhuochuan left early, and I'm afraid she couldn't wait for you. Shi Mujuan, on the other hand, is probably still waiting for you. Chapter 944. Mujuan? When Nanjing Gang saw the two identical purple phoenix hairpins in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, the shock on her face could no longer be described with words. She might have suspected that Yu Zhuochuan had died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands, but that was merely a suspicion. It was merely based on a woman's intuition. In fact, she herself was half convinced. However, she had never thought that Shi Mujuan would die in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. She had never thought that this would happen. Furthermore, Nanjing Gang had left the mountain alone to hunt down Zhang Xiaohua. Apart from her extreme hatred for Zhang Xiaohua, she also felt helpless. Ever since Shi Mujuan had left the mountain to train, he had never returned. Nanjing Gang's other disciples also had their own matters to attend to. They were all within Nanjing Yi's field of vision and could not be randomly assigned. Nanjing Gang had no choice but to leave the mountain herself. Otherwise, she would have sent Shi Mujuan over. This was because, in her heart, Zhang Xiaohua was no match for Shi Mujuan at all. However, when she heard Zhang Xiaohua say that Shi Mujuan had been killed by her, Nanjing Gang could not believe her ears. However, the two purple phoenix hairpins in Zhang Xiaohua's hand were real. They had been bestowed upon Nanjing Gang by the previous sect master after she had received the inheritance. They had accompanied Nanjing Gang for many years and had only been given to Yu Zhuochuan and Shi Mujuan later on. Even without using her divine sense, Nanjing Gang could tell with her naked eyes that these were genuine purple phoenix hairpins. Her two precious disciples would never have casually disposed of such precious items. The only possibility for these purple phoenix hairpins to fall into Zhang Xiaohua's hands was that the two of them had really died in Zhang Xiaohua's hands. At this moment, Nanjing Gang could no longer be bothered to consider the reason behind her two disciples' deaths. She formed a seal with her left hand, and Zhang Xiaohua felt the purple phoenix hairpin in her hand move slightly, as if it was about to leave her hand. Oh no, this purple phoenix hairpin has actually been refined by Jing Gang. Zhang Xiaohua's mind raced. She swept the hairpin with her divine sense and put it into her purse. Seeing that the purple phoenix hairpin had suddenly disappeared and that she could no longer feel it, Nanjing Gang was even more shocked. Then, a trace of understanding flashed through her eyes. You're from the Tenryu sect? Zhang Xiaohua shook his head. He had encountered such questions countless times. Only Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace didn't ask him if he was from the Tenryu sect a few days ago. I don't care if you're from the Tenryu sect or not. After I kill you to avenge my 2 disciples, I'll settle the score with that bitch Zixia. I'd like to see how Jingyi will protect her. Nanjing Gang gritted her teeth as she spoke. She waved the long sword in her hand, and her figure rose from the ground. She was going to stab the space between Zhang Xiaohua's eyebrows. Hearing Nanjing Gang calling a bitch, Zhang Xiaohua was furious. Her eyes narrowed, and she reached out to take out Chasing Dream. Nanjing Gang's figure danced in the air. Her sword was very charming, and it attracted all of Zhang Xiaohua's attention. It was as if only the tip of Nanjing Gang's sword was the most beautiful color in the entire world. She could only stand up and face it head-on. That was the only choice at this moment. This was the move that Mujuan had used before. However, in Nanjing Gang's hands, its power had increased greatly. Putting aside the fact that Nanjing Gang's power had increased, just looking at the indescribable power of this move in her hands, it was definitely not something that a man like Mujuan could use. Perhaps this shocking sword was created by the fragrant religion specifically for women. How could Zhang Xiaohua's mind be attracted by this? With that thought in mind, Chasing Dream in his hand leaped forward to meet the attack. Flying sword? Nanjing Gang almost blurted out. However, she did not dare to be careless. The sword in her left hand did not change. Instead, she reached into her clothes and took out a jade talisman. She crushed it, and a faint white light immediately flashed. It gradually formed a protective light shield around her. However, Chasing Dream was not fast at first. When the protective light shield appeared, it immediately trembled and split into 2 identical small swords. At the same time, it sped up and flew towards Nanjing Gang's left and right sides. Before Nanjing Gang's protective light shield could be formed. When Nanjing Gang saw this, she could not help but be shocked. She finally understood Zhang Xiaohua's power. However, she was not nervous. She formed a hand seal, and 2 weak divine senses appeared, one on the left and one on the right. They flew towards Zhang Xiaohua's flying swords. Zhang Xiaohua's divine senses had already covered the entire area. When he saw Nanjing Gang's weak divine senses, he could not help but laugh. However, when he saw that her divine senses could split into 2, he was curious. Hence, he used one of the divine senses to change the direction of the 2 flying swords. One from the top and the other from the bottom. They pierced towards Nanjing Gang's body. However, Nanjing Gang's 2 divine senses were also magical. Like maggots, they followed the changes in the 2 flying swords and wrapped around them with great agility. At the same time, the long sword in Nanjing Gang's left hand was in front of Zhang Xiaohua's face. Even though he was facing Nanjing Gang, Zhang Xiaohua did not look as pathetic as when he faced Mujuan. The tip of the long sword was like a dazzling meteor that was about to land on Zhang Xiaohua's face. Zhang Xiaohua immediately moved. He did not hide underground. Instead, he formed a hand seal that he had prepared beforehand. A faint light red light appeared in midair and blocked the tip of Nanjing Gang's sword. However, with a soft poof, the light red light did not stop the tip of the sword for long. It was pierced through by Nanjing Gang's long sword. The tip of the sword pierced through the light and continued to land on Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua was surprised. Nanjing Gang sneered. It's just the Tenryu sect's insignificant technique. How can it block my fragrant sect's ultimate technique? Is that so? Zhang Xiaohua replied with a smile. Then, he leaped into the air and flew into the sky. Levitation technique? Nanjing Gang was astonished once again but the long sword in her hand missed its target. Even though her qin gong was good and her swordsmanship was amazing, she could not levitate. How could she catch up to Zhang Xiaohua? By the time Zhang Xiaohua rose into the air, the two chasing dreams controlled by his divine sense were already in front of Jing Gang Shirtai. Although Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense was weak, her speed was not slower than Zhang Xiaohua's. Moreover, Jing Gang Shirtai seemed to have grasped the incense cult's immortal Dao secret art. She was actually able to block Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword. While both of their divine senses were locked in a stalemate, Nanjing Gang's light barrier formed around her body. Nanjing Gang's face had a trace of tranquility. I didn't expect you to know the levitation technique. This is out of my expectations. When Nanjing Gang saw Zhang Xiaohua floating in the air, she kept her long sword and took out a palm-sized triangular object. She sneered. It's a pity that I didn't know you were from the Tenryu sect. I came out in a hurry and didn't bring any weapons. However, this Sengarama plate is enough to take your life. Nanjing Gang was arrogant. Zhang Xiaohua stood in the air and sneered. Let's try it then. As he spoke, he urged his divine sense. Two chasing dreams swirled around Nanjing Gang's body and rapidly pierced towards her. When Nanjing Gang saw this, she didn't reply. She silently chanted an incantation in her heart. Her left hand also formed a seal. The two strands of divine sense danced in the air in an attempt to block the flying swords. Zhang Xiaohua's face was expressionless, but he sincerely wanted to see the results of his 10 days of cultivation. He made another hand seal, and the two flying swords trembled again. Suddenly, there was a moment of absent-mindedness, and 4 identical flying swords appeared. They circled around and stabbed toward Jing Gang Shirtai's body. Nanjing Gang's expression changed slightly. She stopped chanting the incantation, and immediately, another divine sense appeared and wrapped around one of the flying swords. Fortunately, Nanjing Gang can only split 3 divine senses. If she split 4, wouldn't my flying swords be blocked by her? Zhang Xiaohua thought to herself. He had been cultivating the imperial sword technique and had improved in the past few days. He could split the chasing dreams into 4. Although there was still a long way to go before he could reach 10,000 swords, it was still a fundamental change. If he cultivated according to this method, he could definitely reach the realm of 10,000 swords. At this moment, when she saw that she could only split 3 divine senses and couldn't contend against Zhang Xiaohua's 4 flying swords, Nanjing Gang immediately changed her strategy. She used the 3 divine senses to guard, and only waited for Zhang Xiaohua's flying swords to pierce through before attacking and blocking the flying swords. In the past, Zhang Xiaohua had only used flying swords to deal with martial artists. He had never seen immortals use their divine sense to fight with flying swords. For a moment, he was at a loss and did not know how to deal with it. He could only use his divine sense to drive the flying swords. Like a fly, it flew towards Shirtai Jing Gang's body, randomly greeting her. After a few more minutes, the Samgarama plate in Nanjing Gang's hand gradually glowed. Zhang Xiaohua didn't dare to hesitate any longer. He tossed his hand, and the dragon binding hoop flew out. The moment the dragon binding hoop was tossed out, it expanded and turned into a huge hoop that wrapped around Nanjing Gang's body. Seeing how powerful the dragon binding hoop was, Nanjing Gang calmed down. Her left hand stopped moving, and she took out a small seal from her chest. She raised her hand and threw it into the air. It was a small seal. Following that, Nanjing Gang took out a piece of primeval stone from her chest and pointed at it. The primeval stone flew onto the seal, and the seal suddenly expanded. It also flew up and blocked Nanjing Gang's head. The dragon binding hoop flew onto the seal, but couldn't wrap around it anymore. My God, so this is because he didn't bring a suitable artifact? Seeing that Nanjing Gang took out an unknown seal and used a primeval stone to control it, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but sneer. If you took a suitable artifact, how could I survive? Nanjing Gang is being honest. Zhang Xiaohua counted the artifacts in his bag and didn't feel that there was anything worth using. He could only focus on controlling the flying swords and piercing them towards Nun Jinggang's body. Zhang Xiaohua's strategy was effective. He was controlling 4 flying swords, while Nun Jinggang only had 3 divine senses. It was precisely because of the advantage in numbers that Zhang Xiaohua gained. Under Zhang Xiaohua's wholehearted control, Chasing Dream stabbed into Nun Jinggang's body with a soft bang in just a short moment. Chapter 945. The Chasing Dream dagger stabbed into Nun Jinggang's body like a bolt of lightning. This time, it was different from when Zhang Xiaohua used the dagger to fight against the mysterious bronze-masked old man. It was also different from when she fought against Shi Mujuan. The dagger's power was not on the same level. When the Chasing Dream dagger stabbed into Nun Jinggang's body, there was a flash of white light. The dagger was blocked and the light dimmed. This caused Nun Jinggang's expression to change. Even Zhang Xiaohua's face revealed a trace of a smile. Although the Chasing Dream was agile when fighting against the bronze-masked old man, it was easy for the old man to catch it. When it encountered Shi Mujuan, the Chasing Dream could not win against the long sword in his hand. It was only now that Zhang Xiaohua had learned the true art of sword manipulation. Only then did she know how domineering the immortal flying sword was. Just one slash was enough to dim Nun Jinggang's protective light shield by 30%. If she continued in a spur of energy, wouldn't she succeed with just 3 or 4 slashes? Zhang Xiaohua was wild with joy. On one hand, she activated the dragon binding hoop, and on the other, she activated 4 more sword lights. She continuously stabbed in from all directions. On the other hand, when she saw that 30% of her defensive light shield had been pierced, she could not help but panic. She hastened the activation of the Sangharama disc in her hand. As a result, the light on the Sangharama disc became even brighter. When Zhang Xiaohua saw this, she frowned. Her divine sense discovered that there was not much qi of heaven and earth in the surroundings. She knew that once this Dharma artifact was activated, there would definitely be a different movement. After thinking for a moment, she formed a hand seal, and her figure rapidly rushed towards Nun Jinggang. She also took out the nameless dagger in her hand. Nun Jinggang was stunned when she saw Zhang Xiaohua suddenly go against common sense and actually get close to her. However, when she saw Zhang Xiaohua's flying speed, how was this the levitation technique she remembered? She unconsciously clenched her teeth. With a pu sound, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood onto the Sangharama disc in her hand. The Sangharama disc absorbed the essence blood and shone resplendently. Soon after, a resounding sound was heard. Immediately, a large cluster of blue light appeared on the Sangharama disc. That light rose into the air. With a turn, it rushed towards Zhang Xiaohua, who was already very close to it. And where the light rolled, there was the sound of waves crashing to the shore. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, it was different. The blue light had turned into a huge wave, covering the sky and earth as it came crashing down on him. It was not even 3 feet away from his head, but he could already feel the power of the wave. The power of the wave was different from the power of Zhang Xiaohua's Prajna heavy sword. It was a kind of simulation of qi of heaven and earth. It had a feeling that the world was filled with qi of heaven and earth, and there was nowhere to escape to. Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. He had experienced this feeling in the weak water array. There was no better way to break it. At this time, when he saw it again, he immediately turned around and flew away. However, the blue wave did not give up. It chased after Zhang Xiaohua and rushed into the air. Zhang Xiaohua's flying technique could not be said to be fast, but the wave of qi of heaven and earth was even faster. With a hua sound, it rushed behind Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua did not dare to be slow. He turned around and dodged the wave. A few water droplets splashed past and hit Zhang Xiaohua's arm. With a few qi-la sounds, Zhang Xiaohua's sleeve was pierced, and the water droplets hit Zhang Xiaohua's simple robe. A wave of bone-piercing pain came from his arm, and Zhang Xiaohua almost grimaced. What kind of magic weapon is this? It's clearly a wave of water. How can there be water droplets? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. Could it be that this wave of water is also real? Zhang Xiaohua's guess was right. There were indeed a few drops of primordial water hidden in the Sangharama plate. Each drop had the power of 1,000 caddies. The waves of primordial water were also very powerful. Otherwise, Jing Gang Nun would not have to fiddle with the Sangharama plate for so long. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was about to use the levitation spell to escape, Jing Gang Nun panicked. She wanted to chase after him, but then she came to a realization. She stood there steadily and focused on controlling the Sangharama plate. Zhang Xiaohua flew more than 10 feet away and temporarily escaped the attack of the wave. He stood in the air with an uncertain expression. He could escape, but if he did, what would happen to his dream? Not to mention Jing Gang Nun's torture. Even Jing Nun might not let him go. However, if he didn't escape, he wouldn't be able to do anything to Jing Gang Nun. This Sangharama plate, the attack was too strange. Zhang Xiaohua didn't know how to deal with it. Fortunately, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was strong. He could still control Chu Meng within 10 feet. The four Chu Meng continued to attack Jing Nun. Jing Nun's divine sense was unable to cope with the attacks, and in a moment of carelessness, she was stabbed by Chu Meng again. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua was able to control the flying sword from such a distance, Jing Nun's face turned gloomy. Needless to say, Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense was much stronger than hers. Seeing that her defense was about to collapse, Jing Nun moved the Sangharama plate. A ray of light shot out from the plate and chased after Chu Meng. When the ray of light reached Chu Meng, it turned into a wave and slammed down. Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense immediately felt the unparalleled power from Chu Meng. He couldn't help but be alarmed. He hurriedly controlled the small sword and flew back. The wave of light couldn't catch up to the small sword, so it circled around Jing Gang's body to prevent the flying sword from attacking again. Chu Meng transformed into 4 parts and floated in the air restlessly. Zhang Xiaohua's expression was extremely ugly. His arms had the strength of 10,000 Jin, and he looked very impressive with the great wisdom sword in his hand. However, he had painstakingly tempered his bones and obtained the great wisdom sword by chance. Yet, all of this couldn't compare to the other party's magic tool. Furthermore, he knew that Jing Gang's cultivation was inferior to his. Not to mention her divine sense. She didn't even know the levitation technique. However, the other party's strange magic tool was able to ignore this difference. At this moment, only the dragon binding hoop was still in the air. It was in a deadlock with Jing Gang's small seal. However, it was obvious that the small seal was controlled by Jing Gang's martial arts techniques. It didn't need to expend his true energy. What should I do now? Zhang Xiaohua narrowed his eyes. He was a little depressed. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua waved his hand, and Chu Meng flew back to his left hand. He then reached out with his right hand and took out a small mirror. It was the small mirror that he had used to kill Shimujuan and block the huge blade in the metal array. Then, Zhang Xiaohua held the mirror with both hands. He naturally threw Chu Meng to the ground. Seeing that Zhang Xiaohua had taken out a new magic tool, Jing Gang naturally became more cautious. However, when she saw that it was a small mirror from afar, she couldn't help but be stunned. Hence, even Zhang Xiaohua's action of throwing away the flying sword was due to carelessness. She pointed her finger, and the brilliance that flew out of the Sangharama plate intensified. The sound of water within the brilliance surged, waiting for Zhang Xiaohua to attack. Zhang Xiaohua's face was as calm as still water. He circulated his true energy and poured it into the small mirror. He didn't know how to use this magic tool, and could only use it according to his previous experience. However, after pouring his true energy into the small mirror for a long time, there was still no change of course. This was within Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. However, Jing Gang didn't know. She didn't know what was so special about Zhang Xiaohua's magic tool. When she saw that Zhang Xiaohua was rushing towards her with a small mirror in hand, she focused all her attention and prepared for battle. She gathered all the brilliance of the Sangharama plate in front of her chest and waved it forward, rushing towards Zhang Xiaohua. Zhang Xiaohua's expression didn't change when he saw the huge wave crashing towards him. He raised the small mirror and faced it head-on. However, when a huge wave approached the small mirror, there was no change. Seeing this, Jing Gang was even more alarmed. She was afraid that the small mirror would unleash a powerful attack. However, when a huge wave came into contact with the small mirror, Jing Gang felt an immense sense of danger. This, without waiting for Nun Jing Gang to make a move, 4 identical dream-chasing swords suddenly appeared on her back and stabbed in her back at the same time. Zhang Xiaohua's face was also filled with joy. He retreated and flew back to where he came from. It turned out that when Zhang Xiaohua threw Zhu Meng on the ground, he had already used his divine sense to go around the range of Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense and stealthily arrived behind Jing Gang Shirtai. Taking out the small mirror and holding it with both hands was just to attract Jing Gang Shirtai's attention to conceal Zhu Meng's movements. As expected, Jing Gang Shirtai had been tricked. Only when Zhu Meng had split into 4 did she notice. However, it was already too late. No matter how fast Jing Gang Shirtai's divine sense was, it was impossible for her to block the flying swords. The jade talisman that Jing Gang Shirtai had crushed earlier had already been pierced twice by Zhu Meng. 2 of the 4 flying swords had already pierced through the light shield. When the light was extinguished, the other 2 flying swords had already pierced through Jing Gang Shirtai's back. Jing Gang was shocked, but she didn't have any other choice. However, there was no despair in her voice. Sure enough, when the flying sword stabbed into Jing Gang's back, they didn't pierce through. It turned out that it wasn't only Zhang Xiaohua who had a protective robe. How could the fragrant cult's great elder not have a personal protective robe? However, just as Jing Gang heaved a sigh of relief, Zhu Meng, who was sticking to her back, lifted the tip of the sword. It was just like how Zhang Xiaohua used to hold Zhu Meng or how she used to control the sword. With a woo sound, the sword suddenly stabbed towards Jing Gang's neck from a strange angle. The flying sword's angle was very tricky and its speed was very fast. Nun Jing Gang had just released her spiritual sense to wrap around the other flying sword when this fatal flying sword easily bypassed her spiritual sense. No, Jing Gang's eyes were about to crack. Soon after, a look of hatred appeared on her face. Just before Zhu Meng pierced the back of her neck, she spat out another mouthful of essence blood and desperately activated the Sangharama plate. The surging waves howled as they pounced toward Zhang Xiaohua. Chapter 946. Zhang Xiaohua used a small mirror to attract Nun Jing Gang's attention. Once the flying sword pierced Nun Jing Gang's back, he would immediately retreat. It was a pity that he did not expect Nun Jing Gang to have a defense close to her. This sword did not succeed, and he had no choice but to use his original move. In this moment of delay, he lost the opportunity and was unable to completely escape the area of the wave. What made Zhang Xiaohua even more shocked was that Nun Jing Gang was also a powerful character. When she saw that the situation was not going well, she actually had the thought of dying together with Zhu Meng. She did not care about Zhu Meng, who was piercing the back of her neck. Instead, she spat out a mouthful of essence blood and used all her might to activate the Sangharama plate. At this moment, the monstrous wave was even bigger and the force contained in the water was also greater. Zhang Xiaohua's intuition told him that if the wave hit him, wouldn't he be smashed into meat paste? However, at this moment, the wave was already right in front of him. It was too late for him to escape. Regardless of whether it was the flying technique or the earth escape technique, they were all useless. Helpless, Zhang Xiaohua could only raise the small mirror and pour all the vital energy in his body into it. The small mirror did not change at all under the infusion of vital energy. When the wave formed by the Xiantian primordial water hit the small mirror for about 3 inches, a ball of light blue light suddenly rose up. The color of the light was similar to the color of the wave. Following the appearance of the light, a huge suction force appeared from the small mirror and pulled the vital energy that Zhang Xiaohua poured into it. Not only that, the entire small mirror was like a bottomless pit as it continuously sucked in the vital energy in Zhang Xiaohua's body. In just a moment, the vital energy that Zhang Xiaohua had obtained in the Huan Su was completely sucked dry by the small mirror. Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, which had been forcefully absorbed by the true qi, had ruptured in many places. A heart-wrenching pain was transmitted into Zhang Xiaohua's mind, and he could not help but grit his teeth. After absorbing all of Zhang Xiaohua's jinqi, the blue brilliance of the small mirror became even more dazzling. With a loud clang, the blue brilliance soared into the sky and collided with the monstrous waves. Then, just like a real wave with a wall sound, Zhang Xiaohua felt a tremor in her hand. An incomparably huge force was transmitted from her hand. Gritting her teeth, Zhang Xiaohua exerted all of her strength in both hands and desperately pushed upwards. That blue brilliance actually resisted the monstrous waves. It was as if the monstrous waves had collided with an incomparably hard shore. Just as the huge wave flowed backwards, Zhang Xiaohua's chasing dream, which was stabbing towards the back of Abbess Jingang's neck, was also inserted as expected. However, at this moment, Jinggang none no longer paid attention to the flying sword behind her. She just opened her eyes wide and looked at the small mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand. She said in disbelief, "How Tian mirror? How did it become?" Before she could finish her sentence, chasing dream had already pierced through her neck, and she could no longer say another word. When Jinggang Nun fell to the ground, her eyes were still wide open. It was unknown whether she was unwilling to die like this, or she could not believe what she had just seen. In short, the palace master of the Ruijin Palace of the Spreading Incense Cult, the great elder of the Spreading Incense Cult, Jinggang Nun, was killed on the spot by Zhang Xiaohua, who had no reputation in the pugilistic world. Without Jinggang Nun's control, the brilliance of the Sangharama plate was immediately extinguished. The monstrous waves instantly rolled back, and with the sound of water, they were sucked into the Sangharama plate. The brilliance of the small mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand was instantly retracted, and it returned to its normal state. The small seal on top of Jinggang Nun's head fell to the ground silently. With a plop, as Jinggang Nun fell to the ground, Zhang Xiaohua also sat on the ground. This battle of life and death could be said to have exhausted him. Although it was only a short battle, Zhang Xiaohua truly understood that the battle of immortal Tao was not only a battle of cultivation, but also a battle of spells and weapons. Most importantly, it was a battle of wits. Sitting on the ground, Zhang Xiaohua took out a vitality stone. As he absorbed the vitality to replenish his vital qi, he recalled the battle with lingering fear in his heart. Early on, during the battle with Shimujuan, Zhang Xiaohua gradually understood the cruelty of the battle of immortal Tao. Then, during the probing battle with Lei Hong, he gradually understood the essence of the battle of wits. Although Lei Hong's cultivation was not only 1 star lower than Zhang Xiaohua's, it was difficult for Zhang Xiaohua to successfully kill a spiritual puppet without injuring himself, without using the delusion breaker Dharma Eye. Therefore, when he encountered Jinggang Nun's pursuit this time, Zhang Xiaohua changed his previous battle strategy right from the start. In the past, when Zhang Xiaohua made a move, he would test out his Dharma artifacts one by one. He would even throw out jade talismans one by one. Of course, this was useful to a certain extent, but it also indirectly exposed his strength and the Dharma artifacts he had, allowing his opponent to be fully prepared. Therefore, when Zhang Xiaohua heard that Jinggang Nun did not bring any handy weapons this time, he muttered in his heart. Needless to say, Jinggang Nun was Shimujuan and Yu Zhuochuan's master. Whatever Shimujuan had, Jinggang Nun would definitely have. She definitely had more defensive jade talismans then Shi Mujuan and they were of a higher level. If Zhang Xiaohua used the offensive jade talismans like before, Jing Gangnan would definitely have more defensive jade talismans and even better defensive techniques. Therefore, Zhang Xiaohua did not use any jade talismans, regardless of whether they were offensive or defensive. This caused Jing Gangnan to misunderstand that Zhang Xiaohua did not have any jade talismans. Therefore, after crushing one defensive jade talisman, Jing Gangnan did not crush a second one. Also, when Zhang Xiaohua started to drive the flying sword, she used both her divine sense and spells. This also caused Jing Gangnan to misunderstand that Zhang Xiaohua's flying sword could only be driven by the spells of her fingers. When Zhang Xiaohua threw Zhu Ming on the ground and raised the small mirror with both hands, she did not notice where Zhu Ming went. These were all things that Zhang Xiaohua had considered when the fight started. Especially after Zhu Ming broke through 30% of Jing Gang's defense with one sword, Zhang Xiaohua knew that this plan had a chance of success. Therefore, he prepared to carry it out. Step by step, according to his plan, he made Jing Gangnan fall into his trap. Of course, this plan was very shallow. As long as Jing Gangnan crushed another defensive jade talisman, Zhang Xiaohua might have to flee. This was related to Zhang Xiaohua's experience in fighting immortals, and more importantly, to Jing Gangnan's lack of experience in fighting immortals. Zhang Xiaohua did not use the defensive jade talisman and the crimson spirit protection because he wanted Jing Gangnan to forget about defense. In the end, Jing Gangnan really forgot. However, Zhang Xiaohua's plan was flawless, but he still ignored Jing Gangnan's madness and her determination to destroy everything. If Zhang Xiaohua did not have the crimson spirit protection and the defensive light shield, the giant wave of the Sangarama plate would definitely take Zhang Xiaohua's life. Fortunately, the so-called Hao Tian mirror in Zhang Xiaohua's hand could actually reflect the giant wave. If not, even if Zhang Xiaohua stabbed Jing Gangnan to death, he would also die under the Sangarama plate. Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua had already replenished a portion of his vital qi. When he fought with Jing Gangnan just now, although there was no sound, there was still some light from the celestial device. It was possible that the patrolling disciples of Wuming Hall would discover it. It was not good to stay here for long. Zhang Xiaohua kept the small mirror, dragon binding hoop, and chasing dream. Then he picked up the Sangarama plate and the small seal on the ground and looked at them with interest. After that, he threw them into his belt. As for Jing Gangnan's corpse, it was lying on the ground. Her eyes were wide open, making Zhang Xiaohua feel uncomfortable. Great Elder Jing Gang, perhaps it was because of your indulgence that led to today's outcome. If it was not because of your protection, Yu Zhuqiuan would not have met me and would not have asked me about the matter between Zhang Pinger and me. Even if you wanted my life, I would not have killed Yu Zhuqiuan. As for Shi Mujuan, this fellow was not wronged. He actually wanted to snatch my dream. It was already a blessing that I did not kill him. He actually wanted to kill me? Who do you think I should blame? You are even better. You did not even have evidence that I killed him. You want to take my life just based on a sentence from someone else. You even did it in front of His Excellency, the Hierarch. Speaking of which, it is funny. You are the great elder of the Hierarch. You have countless methods to take my life. However, you have a guilty conscience and do not dare to make things difficult for me in public. That is why you use such methods behind my back. Sigh. It is a pity that you personally chased me for more than 10 days. In the end, you still died in my hands. Zhang Xiaohua looked at Nun Jinggang's corpse. Endless feelings of karma welled up in her heart. After a moment, she sighed. She stretched out her hand, wanting to throw out a fire talisman. However, just as she was about to throw it out, she subconsciously paused. She thought to herself, this Nun Jinggang is not Shi Mujuan or Yu Zhuqiuan. If they die, they die. If they go missing, then they go missing. Nun Jing, he might not care too much about them. However, Nun Jinggang is a well-known figure in the cult of fragrance. She is His Excellency the Hierarch's great senior sister. How could Nun Jing not look for her? If I don't have her corpse, Nun Jing will definitely suspect me. After all, I was the only one who had a conflict with Nun Jinggang in Emotion's palace. It was very disadvantageous for me. If I keep Abbess Jinggang's corpse, Abbess Jing, you will know at a glance that it was done by someone from the immortal Tao. Haha, the first thing she would think of would be the Heavenly Dragon sect. Why would she think of a nobody like me? With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua chuckled. She took out the Sangharama plate and the small seal from her waist and casually threw them on the ground. She looked around to make sure there were no loopholes. She then formed a hand seal and prepared to fly away. However, just as he flew out 100 feet, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to have thought of something and turned around to return. Zhang Xiaohua landed on the ground and kept the small seal and the Sangharama plate in her belt. Then, she released her divine sense and scanned Nun Jinggang's body. She then took out the nameless short sword and slashed it across Nun Jinggang's chest. Immediately, several jade talismans and 2 jade slips slipped out from the slit in her clothes. Come, there are more chapters. Chapter 947. Several days later, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting cross-legged on the towering Jiuhua Peak. His eyes were looking ahead at the seemingly endless sea of clouds and the red-crowned cranes that occasionally rushed out from the clouds. His eyes were filled with a smile. Ever since he killed Jinggang Shirtai, Zhang Xiaohua immediately fled. He first used a flying technique to fly to the faraway Yanluo Peak. He showed himself at Yanluo Peak and used Mo Xian Palace's guardian disciple token. Accompanied by a few Heaven and Earth Hall disciples, he asked a few questions and saw the scenery of Yanluo Peak. After resting for half a day, he left the mountain under the respectful escort of those disciples. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua did not stop and ran to a few nearby peaks. It was really a coincidence that he met the Tenryu sect disciple that he saw outside Huansu. Zhang Xiaohua took advantage of that disciple's unpreparedness and suddenly stopped him. He wanted to use bewitching finger to make that disciple speak the truth. However, that disciple seemed to have received some special training. He spoke hesitantly and was not very clear. Not to mention the situation of the Tenryu sect in the Tenryu sect, he couldn't even ask anything about the Tenryu sect itself. Instead, he knew the situation of the other sects in the Tenryu sect and did not hide anything. This made Zhang Xiaohua not know whether to laugh or cry. He was just looking for the spies of the other sects in the Tenryu sect. As a result, it could be said that he hit the mark by a fluke and knew quite a lot. It turned out that other than the Tenryu sect, the Tenryu sect had the most spies in the Tenryu sect. Moreover, from what this disciple of the Tenryu sect had said, that mysterious power had been in the Tenryu sect for a long time. Over the years, the number of spies that had infiltrated the Tenryu sect was second only to the Tenryu sect. Of course, other than the 2 sects that Zhang Xiaohua already knew, the Dalan Temple, the Misty School, the Righteous Alliance, and other sects that had some reputation in Jianghu, had more or less sent people to the Tenryu sect. This situation was not only known by this disciple of the Tenryu sect, but also by Mo Shuigong. A few years ago, the head of the Tenryu sect had ordered the Ruijin Temple to encircle and annihilate the spies on a large scale. However, these spies were like weeds on the plains. After the encirclement and annihilation, they rose up again in just a few years. After the encirclement and annihilation, the Tenryu sect stopped. In any case, the Tenryu sect had similar spies in the other sections. These spies only passed on information to the outside world and didn't do anything big. The other sects also turned a blind eye to them. After knowing this, Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but feel a bit apprehensive. The things he had done were all sensational, especially when he killed Nun Jinggang. If it was an ordinary Tenryu sect spy, they definitely wouldn't make a move. He didn't know if he could shift the blame to the Tenryu sect. However, although that disciple didn't mention the leader of the Tenryu sect spies in the incense cult, when he thought about what Lei Hong from the Greenwood Palace said, there was an 80 to 90% chance that it was him. Moreover, he had actually tried to harm Mo Yen. Letting him take the blame could be considered a light punishment. Afterwards, Zhang Xiaohua followed the disciple's words and walked through several mountain peaks. searching for all the people he thought were spies. With Zhang Xiaohua's immortal Dao concealment technique, no one was able to find any trace of him. Under the influence of bewitching finger, those disciples said a few more things. These things didn't deviate from the Tenryu's sex words, but they were more detailed. In the end, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at Jiuhua Peak with the last 8 trigrams violet gold furnace in his mind. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua was sitting at the top of Jiuhua Peak and using his divine sense to sense the 18 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces in his belt that had a mysterious connection. He thought to himself, now that I've obtained all of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces and placed them together, nothing strange has happened. I've also carefully examined all of the furnaces. They're all exactly the same. Even the refinement chants on the inner walls are the same. Moreover, just now I refined all of the 8 trigrams violet gold furnaces again and spat out the last of my true life origin. However, I only gained a faint connection with them. I only know that these 18 pill furnaces must have a special use, but I don't know what they're used for. So I forget it. The time hasn't come yet. Zhang Xiaohua sighed and took out a jade slip from his pocket. This jade slip was from Nanjing Gang. When Zhang Xiaohua was about to leave, he suddenly remembered that he had 2 violet phoenix hairpins in his pouch. They belonged to Nanjing Gang in the past. Since she could control them, she naturally had a method to refine them. Therefore, he turned around and found 2 jade slips on Nanjing Gang's body. As expected, the jade slip contained the method to refine the violet phoenix hairpins. Of course, this jade slip was something from the incense cult. Other than the violet phoenix hairpins, there was also the Sangarama plate that he had just obtained. Even the small seal, the devil exorcism seal, had a method to refine them. However, Zhang Xiaohua had been in a hurry these past few days. Moreover, he was worried that the incense cult's artifact would emit a unique aura if he refined it. Therefore, he didn't refine it. After all, the current situation was somewhat dangerous, and it was better to avoid trouble first. At the back of the jade slip, there were a few simple pill recipes. They weren't for healing. Zhang Xiaohua roughly looked at them and guessed that they should be classified as poison or confusion. The herbs used were also very strange and were quite similar to the ones he had obtained in the Ghost Valley. However, Zhang Xiaohua wasn't interested in them. With a wave of his hand, he kept the jade slip into his pouch. Then, Zhang Xiaohua took out another jade slip. This jade slip was also from Nanjing Gang. However, at this time, when Zhang Xiaohua immersed his divine sense into it and finished reading the contents, he couldn't help but be pleasantly surprised. I was wondering why Nanjing Gang's divine sense was so weak and could be divided into 3 parts. Each part could be controlled individually and could even block my flying sword. As for Jing Gang Shirtai, she was able to extend her divine sense from afar and entangle my great wisdom sword as if it had a shape. It turns out that Zhuanxiang cult has such a miraculous technique that can split one's divine sense into small divine senses. Furthermore, this divine sense can actually leave the body and have other wonderful uses. Compared to the divine sense imprint in God's Guide, each has its own merits. However, this divine sense manipulation technique can infinitely find divine sense. If this technique is cultivated to the realm of great success, it can actually control several types of magic tools and attack at the same time. In the battle of the immortal Dao, this is an extremely powerful divine ability. After Zhang Xiaohua understood the importance of magic tools in the battle of the immortal Dao, he was extremely sensitive to the effects of this technique. In his battle with Nanjing Gang, in the end, because he was distracted to control Chasing Dream, he couldn't use the flying technique at the same time. His body paused for a moment, but it was this moment that almost caused him to be consigned to eternal damnation and suffer the same fate as Nanjing Gang. If he had learned this divine sense manipulation technique earlier, with one divine sense controlling the flying sword and the other controlling the dragon binding ring, wouldn't he be able to easily retreat? Thinking of this, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes unconsciously lit up. 10,000 swords shooting at the same time was of course the highest realm of the Sword of the World. Right now, he was only able to split one into four. If he mastered the divine sense manipulation technique, then would he be able to use one strand of divine sense to control the flying sword? Would this flying sword be able to split into four? If he could split many strands of divine sense, wouldn't each strand of divine sense be able to control one flying sword, splitting one into four? The more Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, the more he felt that it was possible. He knew the power of flying swords. Now that he lacked offensive magic tools, the more he could control these flying swords, the more powerful their attacks would be. This divine sense manipulation technique was tailor-made for him. Unfortunately, this divine sense manipulation technique only split and controlled divine sense, but it didn't have a way to train divine sense. This made Zhang Xiaohua a little depressed. Although God's guidance could strengthen divine sense and cultivate the heart of herbalism, Zhang Xiaohua's cultivation of God's guidance seemed to have reached a bottleneck. Although he had been working hard, there hadn't been any obvious progress. The expansion of his divine sense was only due to the increase in his cultivation level. But why is Nanjing Yi's divine sense so strong? Could it be that it isn't due to this divine sense manipulation technique? Zhang Xiaohua thought gloomily. Although it was just a thought, Zhang Xiaohua still made a hand seal and entered the alchemy room he had just found. Then, he immersed his divine sense into the jade slip and read the divine cultivation method in detail. Then he began to cultivate. The day passed quickly. When the sun was setting, Zhang Xiaohua came out of the alchemy room. Just as he was about to fly into the sky, he suddenly slapped his forehead and landed on the ground. I have already obtained the 18 pill furnaces and investigated the spies of the various sections. What else do I need to do? Meng is currently in seclusion, and I don't know if she has come out yet. If I return a lingering fragrance peak, I won't be able to see Meng. Even Nanjing Gang's matter will implicate me. Rather than attracting Nanjing Yi's attention in Mo Xian Palace, why don't I take a stroll around the spreading fragrance sect and wait for Nanjing Yi's attention to the Tenryu sect before returning to gather information on the spies? Furthermore, this is already 9 Radiance Peak. I remember that the Tenryu sect disciple mentioned that there's a strange place in the Jade Mine under 9 Radiance Peak. It might be a passageway that leads to the outside of the spreading fragrance sect. Why don't I go down and take a look? It would be best if there is a passageway there. If there isn't, I can at least get some good jade stones. It's worth it. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua concealed herself and flew into the depths of 9 Radiance Peak. Although Zhang Xiaohua did not know where the entrance to the mineral vein was, it was dusk now. Teams of Shuyu Hall disciples were returning from the mineral vein. As long as they went in the opposite direction, it would be easy to find it. Sure enough, it didn't take long for them to find a heavily guarded place. Indeed, this place was not a cave as Zhang Xiaohua had imagined. Instead, it was a gorgeous courtyard at the foot of the mountain. Could it be that I made a mistake? Just as Zhang Xiaohua was thinking, she saw the door of the inner courtyard open. A pair of exhausted Shuyu Hall disciples filed out. Their attire was different from what Zhang Xiaohua had seen earlier. It was coarse and dusty. Chapter 948. After the group of disciples came out, they were not in a hurry to go to the main door. Instead, they split up and entered the small houses on both sides of the courtyard. When Zhang Xiaohua scanned the houses with his divine sense, he laughed involuntarily. Wasn't that the place for washing up? Not long after, someone came out in a clean and tidy Shuyu Hall uniform. He came to the main door, and the guard at the door skillfully searched the disciple. He waved his hand and let the disciple out. Then, all the disciples were checked before they went up the mountain in groups. Oh, so this is the entrance to the Jade Mine. Zhang Xiaohua smiled and made a hand seal. He went underground and dived into the courtyard. However, when he reached the belly of the mountain, he encountered a layer of restriction that blocked Zhang Xiaohua's way. It seems that the fragrant religion values this jade mine very much. They set up this restriction when they were still cultivating the way of immortality. Looking at the sturdiness of the restriction, it seems that it is not weakened by the lack of vital qi. This jade mine is indeed full of vital qi. With that thought, Zhang Xiaohua came out from the ground and appeared in a small house. Looking around the ordinary house, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense again. After a long while, he retracted it and frowned. This is going to be difficult. The house near the mountain is obviously the entrance to the mine. There are 5 guards in the house, and the most annoying thing is that the door to the left of the house is a restriction. This restriction is the entrance to the mine. A disciple walked out from the restriction of the house. There is a slight fluctuation of vital qi. Then, the disciple took out a small, triangular jade token and handed it to the guard beside him. He then cupped his hands and walked out of the house. The guard kept the jade token and placed it in the bag beside him. Then, his eyes brightened as he stared at the entrance that looked no different from an ordinary door. This is difficult. Although I have a concealment technique, it is unavoidable that my body will be exposed when I pass through the restriction. I will definitely be seen by these 5 people. It won't be difficult to subdue these 5 people. However, if more people come over, they will inevitably be discovered. Why don't we break this restriction? Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but have the idea of forcibly breaking the seal again. But at this time, the disciple who had just come out happened to walk past these houses. As he walked, he muttered, "Why am I so unlucky? Why was it always the smallest die every time? Motherfucker, just this night shift alone was already worth 10 days, and he still had to continue today." He really didn't understand. It was just a mining place. Why was it so expensive? It's been like a day for decades. Oh no, it's been like a day for hundreds of years. There are people watching from the outside, but there are also people watching from the inside. Is there a need for that? Sai, is this Wang Laolu cheating? No, I have to get some information from him. Is there a trick to rolling dice? Zhang Xiaohua was overjoyed when she heard this. Her body moved slightly as she rushed to the door. Just as she was about to leave, someone shouted, "Ing Laosi, do you still want to eat?" That person replied, "Yes, yes. Can't you see that I'm going over? You guys are going back to the mountain in a while, but the pitiful me still has to be on night shift." Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. She stopped and pondered for a moment before she sat down cross-legged. As expected, in just the time it took to finish a meal, Ing Laosi picked at the grass between his teeth and slowly walked over. There was no one else beside him. The corners of Zhang Xiaohua's mouth curled up into a smile. When Ing Laosi reached the door, he extended his finger and dragged him into the house before he could fall to the ground. Throughout the entire process, not a single sound was made. Not long after, Zhang Xiaohua transformed into Ing Laosi's face and put on his clothes. She slipped out of the house and followed Ing Laosi's route back to the house. I didn't expect it to be so troublesome to enter the jade mine at the foot of the 9 Radiance Peak. Not only is the jade token used to enter the house different every time, but there are also 5 guards who are constantly on guard duty. Every 2 hours, there will be someone patrolling the place. If I didn't bump into Ing Laosi, it would be difficult for me to enter. Even if I managed to stop the 5 guards, I would still be discovered if I went in. With that thought in mind, Zhang Xiaohua arrived at the house. When the guards in the house saw someone enter, their faces turned cold. However, when they saw that the person who entered was Ing Laosi, they relaxed and revealed a mocking look in their eyes. One of the disciples laughed and said, "Ing Laosi, why are you on guard duty again? Could it be that you want to become the most outstanding disciple of our cleansing jade hall this year?" Zhang Xiaohua could easily disguise himself as Ing Laosi, but he could not change his voice completely. He was afraid that he would give himself away, so he circulated his jinqi, and his face immediately turned red. He gritted his teeth and opened his mouth, but no words came out. Why did Ing Laosi suddenly change his personality? Doesn't he grumble every time he goes in? Just as Zhang Xiaohua cursed in her heart, the person who took the jade token earlier scolded with a smile. "You little brats, why are you making fun of an honest person? Didn't I get ridiculed by you guys when I complained yesterday? After that, you said that he was talkative. Today, he became a taciturn gourd without a mouth, and you said that he was boring? You must be kind and honest." As he spoke, he took out another type of jade token and handed it to Zhang Xiaohua. He laughed and said, "Ing Laosi, if you don't have anything to do, don't play dice with your group of scoundrels. Can't you see that you lose every time? Although we are not betting on pills, the jade mine is very cold. If you keep on guard duty, be careful that your body won't be able to take it." Zhang Xiaohua took the jade token and pretended to be grateful. She cupped her hands and walked towards the small door. That person was stunned and scolded with a smile. "I said that for your own good. Why didn't you even say a word of thanks?" As he spoke, he stretched out his leg and kicked Zhang Xiaohua's buttocks. The strength of the kick was not small. Zhang Xiaohua staggered and rushed into the small door. Within her divine sense, the door fluctuated and the jade token in her hand glowed with a light that was invisible to the naked eye. Zhang Xiaohua went in. Behind her, she could still hear the laughter of everyone. Zhang Xiaohua let out a cold snort from his nose, but he looked up into the distance. Zhang Xiaohua was in a square hall. The surroundings were empty except for a few luminous pearls inlaid on the walls. In front of the hall was a deep and winding passageway. The passageway was very spacious, and it could fit several horse carriages side by side. This was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. Zhang Xiaohua released her divine sense. This passageway was indeed formed by a restriction, and her divine sense could not penetrate it. Even the small door behind her was isolated from Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense. However, at this moment, the passageway was quiet and there was no movement. It seemed that everyone had finished their work. Zhang Xiaohua did not hesitate. She released her divine sense and walked along the passageway. At first, the chi of heaven and earth in the passageway was not much different from the outside. Around the passageway, there were very few jade stones. As Zhang Xiaohua went all the way down, the number of jade stones on the stone walls of the passageway gradually increased. The chi of heaven and earth gradually became denser. As Zhang Xiaohua went down, the passageway began to open up in all directions. There were many forks and caves. It was too much for the eyes to take in. However, Zhang Xiaohua ignored all of this and walked casually, looking for the passageway that led to the bottom. After a long time, Zhang Xiaohua gradually came to a place where the light was slightly dimmer. Although there were some luminous pearls in these places, they were extremely rare. There was only one every few feet. It seemed that the disciples of Shiyu Hall rarely came here. There were many jade stones on the stone walls, and the quality was much better than the ones above. However, the dimmer the light was, the denser the chi of heaven and earth. Zhang Xiaohua walked all the way and used her divine sense to check the passageway. She wanted to find some clues from the restriction around the passageway. However, she could not find the place that the disciple mentioned. There are many forks in this passageway, and there are many disciples of Shiyu Hall. Who knows where the place that the Tenryu sect's spy mentioned is? It is impossible for me to find it by myself. Moreover, I did not get any information from Ing Laosi when I used the ecstasy finger just now. This means that the place that the Tenryu sect's spy mentioned should be very secretive. Sai, why don't I capture that guy and ask him properly? Zhang Xiaohua thought regretfully and was ready to stop. After all, the jadestone vein was so huge that she was like a headless fly that couldn't find anything. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of the jadestone vein in the Yulon Grand Canyon. The chi of heaven and earth was extremely dense. It was just that her earth escape technique was not complete and her cultivation was limited. She was currently in the middle of the jadestone vein. This jadestone vein was definitely much bigger than the previous one. Moreover, the disciples of Shiyu Hall had already dug the passageway to the bottom. As she went down, there were more and more jade stones, and the quality was getting better. Who knew what good things would be in the deepest part? Moreover, the chi of heaven and earth was even denser. She might even be able to find the place where the incense cult's immortal cultivation was passed down. There would definitely be better things in there. When she thought of the good things, Zhang Xiaohua's heart beat faster. She increased her speed and used the imperial wind technique to go to the deepest part of the jadestone vein, like the wind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, Zhang Xiaohua finally arrived at the bottom of the jade mine, the end of the tunnel. There was only a luminous pearl embedded in the ceiling, and there was no other way to go down. Zhang Xiaohua stretched out her hand to touch the slightly sparkling and translucent jade stone. She extended her divine sense and felt that there were many more jade stones in the 500 feet below them. Moreover, the restriction of the passageway did not stop here. Could it be that there's something down there? Zhang Xiaohua rubbed her chin thoughtfully. After thinking for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua formed a hand seal and burrowed into the ground, heading towards the depths of the jade mine. Chapter 949. Zhang Xiaohua didn't give up. He used the earth escape technique to travel to the deepest part of the jade mine. He wanted to find the secret of the incense sect's immortal Tao. However, even after a long time, he still did not discover anything even after he had reached the depths of the ground. Moreover, as he went deeper and deeper into the ground, a powerful force that could not be resisted by human strength grew stronger and stronger, trying to squeeze him out of the ground. Maybe I'm wrong. Although the heaven-earth yuan qi below 9 Radiance Peak is abundant, it isn't the place for the incense sect to impart their immortal Tao. Since that's the case, I might as well find more jade. It would be even better if I could find the legendary jade essence. As Zhang Xiaohua thought about it, another idea popped up in his mind. He began to search around in the deepest part of his body. Just as he was searching, a powerful yuan qi fluctuation suddenly came from the front. It was detected by Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense that was sweeping around. Zhang Xiaohua couldn't help but reveal a look of joy. Such a powerful yuan qi fluctuation was most likely produced by an extremely powerful mystic tool. However, when he got closer, the scene in front of him left him flabbergasted. There was a colorful and gorgeous rainbow in front of him. It was like a rainbow coming out from the ground and going straight up. Zhang Xiaohua was even more surprised when he scanned the area with his divine sense. Each of the 5 colors was a piece of top-quality jade essence. It was sparkling and translucent. It was incomparably beautiful. However, when Zhang Xiaohua wanted to go forward and dig, he realized that the entire rainbow of jade essence was surrounded by a powerful restriction. This restriction was so strong that Zhang Xiaohua had never seen it before. When Zhang Xiaohua came back to his senses and took a closer look, he found that the entire ground beneath his feet was covered in such restrictive spells. It was as if the entire ground beneath the jade mine was covered, leaving only the chalcedony area leading to the outside world. Zhang Xiaohua was very happy. Needless to say, she really found the place. Underneath this restriction should be the place where the incense cult's immortal cultivation method was passed down. However, this restriction was extremely peculiar and its fluctuations were not very obvious. If Zhang Xiaohua had not seen the rainbow-like jade essence and deliberately probed it, she would not have been able to find it so easily with her divine sense. Even now, within his divine sense, the restriction was like the earth, seemingly endless, covering the entire area beneath his feet. Isn't this a little too much? Even the Sumeru world that Wan Wuxin and Senior Huan were in couldn't be compared to it. No wonder the incense sect was able to survive even after the immortal Tao was annihilated 10,000 years ago. Just this continuous restriction alone is not something the Misty School can compare to. Then, the Dahlin Temple that is as famous as the cult of fragrance? And what kind of legacy did he rely on? In my impression, the Dahlin Temple's Elder Changgung seemed to be an ordinary Jianghu expert. At that time, I had just started practicing martial arts and did not even have the slightest inkling of the immortal Tao. How could I know if Elder Changgung was from the immortal Tao? Moreover, even now with the nameless cultivation method, I can conceal my cultivation. Even someone as strong as Abbess Jing, he could not detect it. How could the dignified Dahlin Temple not have such a method? Then what about the Tenryu sect that is even more powerful than the cult of fragrance? Is their heavenly king also from the immortal Tao? Qin Shiryu as master seems to be called Garuda, or something. Perhaps he is also from the immortal Tao. For a moment, Zhang Xiaohua thought of many things. But then, with a smile in his eyes, he muttered to himself, "What does this have to do with me? My beta school has not been established yet. When I have the opportunity to establish the cult of fragrance in the future, I will let Pan and go and take a look." With that, Zhang Xiaohua released his divine sense and used the earth-burrowing technique to search above the restrictive spell for a long time. First, he wanted to see how the restrictive spell could be broken. Second, he wanted to find a secluded place. If he broke the restrictive spell and entered, he would not attract the attention of the disciples of the cult of fragrance. However, after the time it took to burn a stick of incense, Zhang Xiaohua could not figure out what the restrictive spell was. He only vaguely felt that there were some similarities between the restrictive spell and the rabbit talisman in his Naiwan palace. But when he looked at it carefully, he felt that there was a big difference. The jade slip that Elder Hua had left behind also had some similarities, but when he looked at it carefully, he found that there was a big difference. What should I do? Zhang Xiaohua touched his chin and hesitated. Previously, when he was at the core of the ruins of Huan, he had used the flow on his left arm and chasing dream to break the restrictive spell of the heavenly thunder. He already felt that the flow was showing signs of drying up. Perhaps it could not support this use. But if he did not use it, how could he be reserved when a treasure was right under his feet? After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua gritted his teeth and seemed to have made a decision. He scanned with his divine sense and found a place that was far away from the 5-colored chalcedony. When he reached the edge of the restrictive spell, Zhang Xiaohua reached out his hand and took out Chasing Dream. He waved his left hand, and Nameless pierced his sword. As expected, the mysterious flow flowed out from his left arm. However, it was obviously much weaker than before. Although this flow was very weak, when it poured into Zhu Meng was still able to easily cut a hole in the restriction beneath its feet. However, there were still restrictions at the bottom of the hole. It wasn't until Zhang Xiaohua had set up 18 layers of restrictions in one go that a strand of clear light emerged from the restrictions. After that, a strand of aura that was extremely weak yet extremely powerful and practically shook Zhang Xiaohua's mind directly emerged and caused Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense to tremble. What is this? Why does it feel so familiar? Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. The 18 layers of restrictive spells that he had just cut started to fuse together again. Zhang Xiaohua did not have time to think. He plunged his head into the restrictive spell. However, within the restrictive spell, before he could stand firm and see what was in front of him, the weak aura from before became overwhelming. It was a kind of submission from the bottom of his heart. It was an instinct from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. It was a kind of worship from the bottom of his heart. It suppressed him tightly, forcing him to bend his knees, forcing him to go limp. I understand now. Zhang Xiaohua tried his best to hold on. Suddenly, he thought of this feeling. When he was on the deserted island outside the sea and obtained the great wisdom sword, didn't he encounter a huge eye in the depths of the magma? Didn't he feel the same way at that time? However, the feeling now was even stronger than before. It almost made him unable to breathe. Zhang Xiaohua forced himself to form a seal. His body swayed as he floated in the air. Although he tried his best to release his divine sense, the oppressive feeling was not only pressuring him from the bottom of his heart. Even his divine sense was forced not to be released. Just as he was about to open his eyes and look at everything in the restrictive spell with his naked eyes, suddenly, after the oppressive aura, another divine sense, as huge as the will of the heavens, swept over. Divine sense? Zhang Xiaohua was shocked. The feeling when the divine sense swept into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace was similar to the feeling when Zhang Xiaohua encountered the huge eye previously. Last time, the divine sense was as heavy as a rock. However, it was not released and seemed to be in a deep sleep. However, this time, the divine sense was flexible. It was just that. Zhang Xiaohua also faintly felt that it was extremely tired extremely old, extremely obscure, and extremely empty. Although this divine sense was like that of an old man, it was also like the will of the heavens that could not be defied. When the divine sense swept over Zhang Xiaohua's body, Zhang Xiaohua felt as if he was naked. What nameless mantra? What concealment mantra? What concealment mantra? They were all useless. Of course, when the divine sense swept into Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, Zhang Xiaohua did not have any resistance at all and allowed it to enter directly. Suddenly, when the divine sense touched the layer of golden divine restriction outside the elixir core, the divine restriction emitted a layer of bright light and bounced off the divine sense. Immediately, two talismans emitted the same color and flashed out from the divine restriction. They were the two talismans, one dragon and one tiger. Once the two dragon and tiger talismans appeared, it was as if they were alive. One curled up like a dragon soaring to the ninth heaven, and the other opened its claws like a howling mountain. In an instant, the roar of the dragon and the roar of the tiger resounded. From Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace, a kind of qi power was produced. It was a kind of qi power that resisted the invading divine sense. Although the qi power of the dragon and tiger talismans was small, it was extremely pure and vigorous. Combined with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense, it actually formed a sharp contrast with the matchless divine sense. For a moment, the divine sense was different from Zhang Xiaohua's imagination. It did not entangle with Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense and spread out again. This doesn't seem to be divine sense. With the support of the dragon and tiger talismans, Zhang Xiaohua could faintly resist the overwhelming and suffocating qi power. She could actually stand up straight. Although she still could not release her divine sense, there was no longer that oppressive feeling like before. She could even open her eyes. However, when Zhang Xiaohua opened his eyes, the scene before him was something he would never forget for the rest of his life. Even the things he had seen in the restriction at the core of the ruins of Huan could not compare to what was before him. In front of Zhang Xiaohua was a vast and boundless space. She could not see the end of it with her naked eyes. Far away in front of Zhang Xiaohua, there was a green gourd suspended in midair. The shape of the gourd looked familiar. It was exactly the same as the gourd on the sleeves of the disciples of the pill department in the pill expanding hall. However, this was not the most unforgettable thing for Zhang Xiaohua. Just below the green gourd, she could vaguely see the outline of a huge dragon head. Behind the dragon head, the faint outline of a pale yellow dragon body extended endlessly into the distance. In Zhang Xiaohua's eyes, there was no end to it. Dragon vein. When Zhang Xiaohua saw everything in front of her, she almost fell from midair. After thinking for a long time, such a word popped up in her mind. And this word seemed to be something she had seen in a jade slip, or in a biography, or in a legend in the countryside. Chapter 950. When Zhang Xiaohua saw the vague outline of the dragon's head, he couldn't help but be shocked. When he calmed himself down, he looked at his surroundings curiously. It was obvious that above his head was a vast expanse of light blue, just like the clear blue sky outside. Below his feet, there was a faint golden outline of water ripples. This outline wasn't as clear as the dragon's head in the distance, but upon closer inspection, he could tell that it was the body of the dragon vein. How long is this dragon vein? Could it be that it spirals within the restriction? Zhang Xiaohua frowned. At this moment, the aura from the dragon and tiger talisman in Zhang Xiaohua's Naiwan palace was able to withstand the aura from the dragon vein. However, his divine sense couldn't leave his body, so he was no different from an ordinary person. Of course, the dragon vein was incomparably huge. Even if Zhang Xiaohua could release his divine sense, it could only cover a range of 400 to 500 feet. Compared to the dragon vein, it was just a drop in the ocean. How could he see the entire dragon vein? Just as he was thinking about it, Zhang Xiaohua's heart skipped a beat. He thought to himself, this is bad. When I entered, it was already night. I have been outside the restriction for a long time. Could it be midnight now? At this moment, a strange fluctuation appeared on Zhang Xiaohua's body. Before Zhang Xiaohua could react, he immediately fell from the sky and fell straight into the vague outline of the dragon vein. The strange thing was that when Zhang Xiaohua's body fell, the fluctuation became more intense. Boundless stellar energy shot out and wrapped around Zhang Xiaohua. At this moment, he was at the edge of the dragon vein's spine. The dragon vein seemed to be resisting and wanted to prevent anything from entering. However, the starlight was just a ripple that passed through the spine without any obstruction. Zhang Xiaohua fell into the dragon vein. After entering the dragon vein, it was different from the outside. Although it was also empty, there was a slightly viscous thing that was similar to the chi of heaven and earth and starlight flowing in the dragon vein. It seemed to be the essence of the dragon vein. Right in the center of the enormous essence of the dragon vein, something that was countless times thinner than a strand of hair was fluttering slightly, like a strand of hair brushing against one's face in the wind. Coincidentally, when Zhang Xiaohua's body fell beside the strand of hair, he floated in the air but didn't move anymore. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua seemed to be meditating as usual. He was sitting cross-legged. The mysterious fluctuation in his 5 centers facing heaven body continued to surge, drawing in the starlight from the sky. In his meridians, the Carefree Heart Sutra was also activated, slowly absorbing the starlight and the heaven-earth yuan qi within the restriction into his meridians. At the beginning, everything was the same as before. However, after a while, the suction force on Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually increased. The pores all over his body opened up like a bottomless pit, swallowing the little heaven-earth yuan qi in the dragon vein, as well as the things that were similar to heaven-earth yuan qi. Therefore, the thing that was thinner than a strand of hair started to sway even more vigorously under the suction force. When it started to sway even more, an extremely weak and almost inaudible fluctuation came from far away. When it came into contact with the fluctuation on Zhang Xiaohua's body, it immediately approached intimately, as if it had seen sweet dew. The starlight from the sky was being refined in Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. An extremely small portion was used in the meridians, an extremely small portion was integrated into the vital energy, and the rest was gathered in a mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. The weak fluctuation also followed the trajectory of the starlight after it was refined and entered that mysterious place. The moment the fluctuation entered, it immediately shook violently, as if a person in despair had found a way out. An unparalleled joy came from far away, and then a dragon's roar resounded through the restriction. Tremor. A huge tremor. When the dragon's roar sounded, the entire dragon vein shook violently, and the entire restriction also moved up and down with this tremor. Then, the thing that was thinner than a strand of hair started to sway again. This time, it was different from before. If the previous sway was like a seaweed, then the current sway was like the tail of a fish. To be more precise, it was the sway of a dragon. As the thin strand of hair moved slightly, the entire dragon vein swam. Far away, under the green gourd, the huge outline of the dragon's head was slowly moving toward Zhang Xiaohua. Inside the outline of the dragon's head, where the thin strand of hair was, there was a dragon head that was invisible to the naked eye. It opened its eyes and used 2 extremely thin golden dragon claws under its abdomen to move forward with difficulty. Above the dragon's head, there were a few formations that covered the dragon's head. In the middle, there was a strong suction force that continuously sucked the heaven and earth yuan qi in the dragon vein into the formations. The formations then sent the heaven and earth yuan qi into the green gourd above the dragon's head. The gourd was upside down, and the mouth of the gourd sucked the heaven and earth yuan qi in. On top of the gourd, there was another strange formation. On top of the formation, there was a layer of restriction. On top of that, there was the strange 5-colored chalcedony that Zhang Xiaohua saw outside the restriction. At this moment, the formation was absorbing the heaven and earth yuan qi in the dragon vein, but at the same time, It also restricted the movement of the dragon's head in the dragon vein. Although the dragon's head was slightly tilted, and the dragon's claws were also exerting force, there was only a rumbling sound, and it couldn't move much. Seeing that no matter how hard it tried, it couldn't get close to Zhang Xiaohua, the dragon that couldn't be seen by the naked eye, became anxious. The huge dragon's head also revealed its anxiety. A dragon's roar resounded through the restriction, but there was no one else in the restriction other than Zhang Xiaohua, so who could hear it? Another 10 minutes passed, but there was no change in the situation. The seal under the green gourd was suppressing the huge and empty dragon vein. The remaining dragon soul in the dragon vein was also gradually stabilizing. However, at this moment, the situation took a turn for the better. The tiny dragon soul that was close to Zhang Xiaohua's body gradually swayed left and right with the circulation of Zhang Xiaohua's carefree heart sutra. It slowly approached Zhang Xiaohua's body, and when the dragon's head felt the attractive force, its tiny eyes opened in surprise. As a result, the dragon soul beside Zhang Xiaohua swayed unconsciously, and it consciously moved closer. Not long after, it was also sucked to the side of Zhang Xiaohua's pores, following the trajectory of the yuan qi and the heterogeneous yuan qi in the dragon vein. However, regardless of whether it was the yuan qi of heaven and earth or the heterogeneous yuan qi in the dragon vein, they were all extremely minute. They were exactly what Zhang Xiaohua's pores could absorb. The essence of the dragon vein was different. It was a material object and not something that the Carefree Heart Sutra could absorb. However, Zhang Xiaohua didn't intend to absorb it, but the dragon soul was intentionally being absorbed. As the dragon soul's intentional actions and Zhang Xiaohua's unintentional absorption of the yuan qi, more and more dragon soul gathered around Zhang Xiaohua's body. In contrast, the empty dragon vein that only had an outer appearance became more and more stuck together. This situation only gradually stopped when a huge butterfly-like dragon tail appeared. However, although the slender dragon soul could be ignored, the huge outline of the dragon vein couldn't be ignored. The dragon tail and the dragon's body that connected to Zhang Xiaohua's body formed an airtight encirclement. Although the starlight that filled the sky was able to reach Zhang Xiaohua's surroundings, the pure dragon soul and the outline of the dragon vein blocked all the pores on his body. For a moment, the amount of starlight that was absorbed into his body was greatly reduced. Not long after, the undulations on Zhang Xiaohua's body changed again. Suddenly, at the core of the Carefree Heart Sutra's meridians, which was the middle dantian's Shanzhong acupoint, a faint golden brilliance flashed. This brilliance formed a circular arc that expanded outwards and enveloped the slender dragon soul. Immediately, a powerful suction force was born from the halo and sucked the dragon tail in. What was even more unbelievable was that the enormous outline of the dragon vein, which was many times larger than Zhang Xiaohua's body, was also sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint along with the dragon tail. Feeling that its tail was being sucked in, the dragon head that was extremely far away was not shocked but happy. It didn't put up any resistance and allowed itself to be sucked in. Therefore, on this night, other than refining the starlight and absorbing the yuan qi of heaven and earth, Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint on his chest also had the strange phenomenon of absorbing the dragon vein and dragon soul. It was unknown how much time had passed, but the dragon vein seemed to be endless. There was no sign of it ending. The dragon head, which was initially extremely shocked, gradually revealed an expression of impatience. The dragon head moved slightly, as if it wanted to break free. The dragon's soul paused slightly, and the faint golden halo immediately produced a suction force that was stronger than before, preventing the dragon's soul from breaking free. When the dragon's soul saw this, it seemed to have learned the trick and charged forward with all its might. Just as the dragon's soul expected, as the dragon's soul struggled to break free, the suction force from the Shanzhong acupoint increased several times, and the speed at which the dragon soul was being sucked and also increased. After a long time, the starlight on Zhang Xiaohua's body began to dim, and the suction force also decreased slightly. The dragon's soul panicked and seemed to know that the starlight was about to dissipate. It unconsciously opened its small dragon mouth, and the dragon mouth on the outline of the dragon vein widened. With a dragon roar, it threw itself at the array above its head. The suction force of the array increased greatly, but as the dragon vein approached, it produced a repulsive force that seemed to maintain a balance. However, the situation at the Shanzhong acupoint was the opposite. As the dragon's soul struggled, it first relaxed slightly, and then a mysterious fluctuation shook. Zhang Xiaohua's entire body emitted a faint golden brilliance, and the Shanzhong acupoint immediately produced a strong suction force. This force was coincidental and acted on the dragon's soul when the array produced a repulsive force. With a loud swoosh, the entire seal shook, following which the seal was emptied and the dragon soul was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. Chapter 9:51. In order to maintain the balance, the formation above the dragon vein produced a repulsive force towards the dragon's soul. Who would have thought that the dragon's soul would be sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint and be sucked into her meridians in a flash? At the same time, the formation instantly produced another suction force, wanting to continue binding the dragon vein onto the formation. However, at this moment, the dragon vein and dragon soul had already entered Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint. The restriction was empty, and there was no trace of the dragon vein left. As a result, the entire array formation stopped moving. As for the dragon soul had succeeded in its trick and was sucked into Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupoint as it wished. However, the dragon soul took too long to be absorbed. At the same time that Zhang Xiaohua was absorbing the dragon soul, she was also absorbing the starlight. The vital energy in her meridians also flowed along with the Carefree Heart Sutra. The tail of the dragon vein and dragon's soul entered the Shanzhong acupoint and did not gather in the middle dantian. Instead, they flowed along with the vital energy and entered all the meridians in Zhang Xiaohua's body. It was not a big deal that the dragon vein and dragon's soul entered her meridians. If the dragon's head entered the middle dantian, firstly, the middle dantian was the center of vital energy and formed a separate space. Even if the dragon soul was as large as the dragon soul, it could still be stored. Secondly, the dragon soul was an item of vital energy and was the best at changing. Previously, it was suppressed by the formation within the restriction and could not change at will. Now that it had entered the middle dantian, it only needed to shrink and it could be completely stored. Unfortunately, the Carefree Heart Sutra that Zhang Xiaohua cultivated at night was precisely to refine the endless starlight from beyond the heavens. The things refined by starlight were the most vital. When the dragon vein entered Zhang Xiaohua's meridians, it stuck the dragon vein and Zhang Xiaohua's meridians together. In this night, the refined starlight played a major role and stuck the dragon vein to all of Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. When the dragon's soul entered Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupuncture point, the dragon's soul knew that the situation was not good. When the dragon's soul shrank, it could not do as it pleased. Instead, the dragon's soul seemed to have become one with Zhang Xiaohua's meridians. For a moment, the dragon's soul was shocked. It had just escaped the wolf's den and entered the tiger's den. In a moment of panic, it did not care about anything else. The dragon soul was already extremely weak and had long been on the verge of death. If it had not seen the majestic vitality behind Zhang Xiaohua's head, how could it have allowed this mortal to absorb it? Now that it had fallen into such a state, it could not be calculative about gains and losses. The dragon's soul let out a dragon's roar, and its body shrank rapidly. In just a moment, it had shrunk from an unimaginable length to a 3-inch small dragon. At this moment, the small dragon looked even more dispirited. However, at this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's meridians were still operating the Carefree Heart Sutra. An endless stream of starlight and the yuan qi of heaven and earth were being refined into her Shanzhong acupuncture point and then into her meridians. The small dragon looked like it could not stand steadily. Then, the small dragon stretched out its body and rushed into her meridians. It followed the refined starlight and headed straight for the mysterious place behind Zhang Xiaohua's head. In another moment, the mysterious undulations around Zhang Xiaohua's body stopped abruptly. The projected starlight also dissipated abruptly. Everything disappeared without a trace. However, within the boundless restriction, there was no trace of the enormous and weak dragon's vein. A faint dragon's head appeared in Zhang Xiaohua's Shanzhong acupuncture point. At this moment, her entire meridians had been occupied by the dragon's vein. Or rather, because of the refined starlight, the dragon's vein had faintly fused with her meridians. In the future, they would definitely fuse together. When the starlight dissipated, Zhang Xiaohua opened her eyes. A sharp light flashed in her eyes. It was the invisible majesty after absorbing the dragon's soul and dragon's vein. What's going on? When she saw that there was nothing in front of her, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but feel surprised. Furthermore, it was obvious that the majesty that made her unable to breathe yesterday had disappeared. The green gourd in the distance was still there, and she could release her divine sense, as usual. However, Zhang Xiaohua felt that her divine sense was different from before. However, if she wanted to point out the difference, she could not pinpoint it. The range of 400 to 500 feet did not expand, but the things that she could sense with her divine sense were different. It was as if Zhang Xiaohua could sense the remnant aura left behind by the dragon's vein yesterday. Where could such an enormous dragon's vein go? Zhang Xiaohua bit her lips and was a little depressed. Could it be like the Earth's core and hide in the void? However, when she looked at the green gourd, Zhang Xiaohua felt that something was wrong. However, since the dragon's vein was gone, Zhang Xiaohua's movements were more free. When he flew to the bottom of the gourd, his divine sense saw that there were several formations below the mouth of the gourd. He could not help but feel even more surprised. What kind of formation is this? In the empty air, there were 5 weak fluctuations of vital energy. However, these fluctuations did not have a source and seemed to have appeared out of thin air. The fluctuations of vital energy in each place were different, but when the fluctuations of these 5 places were put together, they formed a new formation. Seeing the magic of this formation, Zhang Xiaohua could not help but be curious. He flew forward and observed carefully. This formation had disappeared just now and was also in a static state. Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of anything. After observing for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua was still puzzled. He could not find the source of the vital energy of heaven and earth. Suddenly, Zhang Xiaohua was stunned and his face was filled with disbelief. He reached out his hand and took out a jade box from his chest. He struck a few incantations on the jade box and opened the jade box. What greeted his eyes was a blue pearl. It was the water element pearl that Zhang Xiaohua obtained from the ruins of Nirvana Heavenly Evolution 5 Elements Formation. Taking out the water element pearl, Zhang Xiaohua scanned it with his divine sense. At this moment, what Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense saw was different from before. He felt the uniqueness of the water vital energy in the water. Then, he looked at the 5 formations that were emitting different fluctuations in the air. He flew straight to one place and scanned with his divine sense. He compared the vital energy fluctuations of the water element pearl with those of the 5 formations. After that, he took out the other 5 elements beads and compared them with the energy waves of the 5 formations. Standing in the air, he stroked his chin thoughtfully. As expected, the energy waves emitted by this formless formation are the same as the water element beads. It should be of the water element. The energy waves emitted by the other formations are also responding to the other 5 elements beads. Needless to say, this is also a 5-element formation, but What is this five elements formation for? After pondering for a while, Zhang Xiaohua looked at the original location of the dragon vein, then at the top of the green gourd. Suddenly, an unimaginable thought appeared in his mind, and he was overjoyed. Zhang Xiaohua immediately made a gesture and flew towards the top of the green gourd. After a long while, Zhang Xiaohua returned with a face full of joy. That's right, there is still a formation above the green gourd. At the bottom of the green gourd, there is a faint trace of pure vital energy of the universe being sent into the formation. If I am not wrong, the vital energy of the universe is being sent out to replenish the seal, allowing it to be as strong as ever. Where does the pure vital energy of the universe in the green gourd come from? Isn't it coming from the invisible five elements formation? And where does the vital energy of the universe in the five elements formation come from? Isn't it the dragon vein that I saw yesterday? If the vital energy of the universe had not been absorbed by the five elements formation for so many years, how could the dragon vein be barely visible? Impressive, impressive. The seniors of the Aroma sect are truly impressive. Just for this layer of restrictive spells, they were able to suppress a dragon's vein and use the essence of the dragon's vein to transform into the chi of heaven and earth to support this restrictive spell. But this restrictive spell only contains the dragon's vein. What's the point of maintaining it? Before Zhang Xiaohua could figure out the problem, another thought lit up Zhang Xiaohua's mind. This invisible formation can actually gather the vital energy of the dragon vein. Could it be the spirit gathering formation that was mentioned in Elder Hua's Jade Scroll? Is it the formation that was used to gather the vital energy of the universe together during the heyday of the immortal Tao, so that the cultivators could absorb the vital energy of the universe many times more than usual? At that thought, Zhang Xiaohua's heart burned with passion. Indeed, heaven and earth yuan qi was scarce at the moment. If there was a spirit gathering ray that could gather the already scarce heaven and earth yuan qi, not to mention a breakthrough in cultivation, even if there was enough heaven and earth yuan qi to allow people to sense it and set foot on the path to immortality, that would be a great merit. However, she could not find the source of the vital energy of the universe. It seemed to be hidden in the void, which made Zhang Xiaohua scratch her head. What can I do? Zhang Xiaohua stared at the void in front of her and scanned it with her divine sense. She frowned. After scanning the area with his spiritual consciousness for a long time, Zhang Xiaohua unknowingly discovered some clues. He was currently standing beside the water element array and holding the water element pearl in his hand. The yuan qi fluctuation in the air seemed to be resonating with the water element pearl. Whoever started the trouble should end it. It seems like the water elemental pearl is the only way to find out the secret of the water-type formation. Zhang Xiaohua looked at the water elemental pearl in her hand and sighed. If only the delusion breaker Dharma I could open and see through the void, I wouldn't have to spend so much effort. Brain power. As she thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua tried to inject her vital energy into the water elemental pearl. She was right. She did not know how to use the water elemental pearl. The only thing she knew was to inject her vital energy into it. It was really boring. Of course, a blunt method was undeniably a method. As Zhang Xiaohua injected her vital energy, the water elemental pearl gradually emitted a faint blue brilliance. This brilliance was very weak, but it was able to cause a change in the energy waves. As the energy waves of the water elemental pearl changed, the dozens of energy waves in the formation hidden in the void also changed slightly. Zhang Xiaohua was elated. She scanned the area with her divine sense and memorized the positions of the dozens of energy waves clearly. Using the same method, Zhang Xiaohua also memorized the positions of the other four energy waves. Zhang Xiaohua did not know what was in the void. He only knew that as long as he changed the dozens of energy waves into vital stones of various attributes, he should be able to imitate the five elemental spirit convergence formation. Chapter 952. Zhang Xiaohua used the most clumsy method to understand the 5 elemental spirit gathering array. He memorized it in his mind and kept all the 5 elemental beads. Then, he flew to the side of the green gourd. The green gourd was not big. It was smaller than an ordinary gourd. The surface of the gourd was suffused with a green glow. As far as the eye could see, there was a layer of light flowing across the surface of the gourd. Within the light, there were many talismans that looked like tadpoles appearing and disappearing. When Zhang Xiaohua's divine sense swept across the area, the gourd was different from what he could see with his naked eyes. There was only a slight fluctuation of energy that was different from an ordinary weapon. There was nothing special about it. Zhang Xiaohua was even more delighted when he saw this. He had quite a number of magic tools in his possession now, and he had gradually come to know that the more inconspicuous the energy fluctuation was, the more formidable the magic tool was. Not to mention others, just the bracelet on his left arm did not have the slightest energy fluctuation. As he thought about it, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out his hand to grab the green gourd. When Zhang Xiaohua's hand touched the green gourd, a jade green light flashed and blocked his hand. He could not get any closer. Sigh. Zhang Xiaohua sighed. However, there was no trace of disappointment on his face. He knew that this would be the result. It would be strange if such an important item did not have any powerful restrictions. Besides that, Zhang Xiaohua was clearly aware that this restriction was definitely not something he could break through right now. If he wanted to forcefully break through the restriction, he could only use the nameless flow on his left arm. However, he was currently within the restriction and had to rely on this flow to escape, so how could he waste it here? He looked at the green gourd with some reluctance, then leaped towards the seal above his head. When he took out the chasing dream, a weak stream of energy flowed into it. It only broke the first 3 layers of the seal, but the 4th layer blocked the chasing dream. Not good. Zhang Xiaohua's face changed. Needless to say, the mysterious energy was already depleted. It was not enough to break the remaining 15 layers of the restriction. What should we do now? Zhang Xiaohua stopped. Chasing Dream was stuck in the restriction and didn't dare to move anymore. Zhang Xiaohua had never known the origin of the mysterious flow on her left arm. She only knew that it would appear when she performed the nameless swordsmanship and was always successful in breaking inhibition. This was something that Zhang Xiaohua relied on. Unfortunately, this flow was not cultivated by herself. It came and went inexplicably. Now that she was trapped in the inhibition, she could only rely on this flow to get out. Seeing that the flow was about to dry up, she couldn't help but feel anxious. Zhang Xiaohua furrowed her brows as she looked at the restriction above her head. She watched as the restriction she had just broken started to close up. She subconsciously turned her gaze towards the green gourd. After pondering for a moment, Zhang Xiaohua gritted her teeth and pulled Chasing Dream out of the restriction. She returned to the front of the gourd and used her divine sense to inspect it. Then, she waved her sword and stabbed at the gourd. Shwa! Like a small stone being thrown into a pond, a ripple appeared on the surface of the gourd. Following that, a black crack appeared on the surface of the gourd. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua's face changed drastically. The mysterious flow had already been cut off. What remained was flowing towards Chasing Dream. Zhang Xiaohua formed a seal and immediately circled around the gourd. The tip of Chasing Dream's sword also circled the gourd and drew a thin black line on it. After doing all this, the flow on Zhang Xiaohua's left arm had already dried up. There was only a small amount left in Chasing Dream. She sighed. Zhang Xiaohua kept Chasing Dream in her arms and watched the changes in the gourd. The black line that was drawn by Chasing Dream first expanded and then shrunk. It was as though it was about to heal. Zhang Xiaohua's heart sank as she watched. However, when the black line shrank to a certain size, it could not shrink any further. After a while, it suddenly expanded, and this expansion could not be stopped. It was like a piece of burning oil paper. With a hua sound, the entire space beside the gourd was set ablaze. After a flash of brilliance, it revealed the same green gourd as before. Zhang Xiaohua's expression alternated between joy and worry. When the situation stabilized, she tried to stretch her hand out again. As expected, when her hand touched the gourd, she didn't see any restriction. The waist of the gourd was very slender. She could only hold it with one hand. It was delicate to the touch and actually felt a little warm. Zhang Xiaohua tried to use some strength to grab it. The gourd didn't move at all. She then used more strength, but the gourd still didn't move. This wasn't out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. She saw that his expression didn't change. She used all her strength to lift the gourd. The gourd shook twice. It was as though it weighed over 10,000 caddies. This time, Zhang Xiaohua's eyes revealed a serious expression. He didn't expect this small gourd to be so heavy. Thus, Zhang Xiaohua stretched out both hands and grabbed the middle of the gourd. She shouted, "Rise!" Ever since Zhang Xiaohua tempered his bones, his strength had been constantly increasing. At this moment, even he didn't know how much strength he had in his arms. But even with this strength, he could only barely move the gourd from its original position. It was only moved slightly more than a foot. This, Zhang Xiaohua was somewhat miserable. Such a heavy gourd. Even the great wisdom heavy sword can't compare to it. How can I carry it? Just as she was thinking, the gourd in her divine sense emitted a trace of cryptic fluctuation. Zhang Xiaohua's eyebrows jumped. She locked her divine sense on the gourd and tried to put it into her purse. Again, it was out of Zhang Xiaohua's expectations. That heavy gourd actually disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohua beamed with joy. The immortal Tao's methods are indeed powerful. To actually be able to put such a heavy object into a purse, it's really too wonderful. Oh, right. Why can't I put my great wisdom heavy sword into it? However, right at this moment, before Zhang Xiaohua could think any further, she suddenly heard a kacha sound above her head. It was as if something had broken. When Zhang Xiaohua raised her head, she saw that the light green seal was now brittle. The cracks were like the clear sky, spreading out into the distance. Following which, with a hua sound, the entire seal was destroyed. Following which, with a hu sound, a powerful wave of air came crashing down from above. At this moment, Zhang Xiaohua finally understood how powerful it was. She exclaimed in shock, "Don't tell me this mountain is going to collapse." Indeed, with a sound from above, an endless amount of rocks, mud, and jade came crashing down from above. "Oh, my jade essence!" In her panic, Zhang Xiaohua did not forget her purpose in coming to the jade essence mine. While shouting, she made a hand seal and directly rushed towards the swaying 5-colored jade essence. The endless amount of rocks came crashing down, filling up the original location of the dragon vein. Although Zhang Xiaohua was not afraid of the earth escape, there was a kind of downward pressure and a kind of upward pressure that made him feel quite uncomfortable. He forced himself to use the earth escape and even the crimson spirit shield to protect his body. What made Zhang Xiaohua happy was that his efforts were not in vain. The 5-colored jade essence just happened to slip past her. Wherever her divine sense passed, it filled up the empty belt. At this time, far away in Lingxiang Peak's Mo Xin Palace, in a jade coffin, Nanjing Gang's body was lying quietly. Around her, Nanjing Yi, Nanjing Fan, Nun Shuizhen, and some elders of the incense cult all looked solemn and sorrowful. Peacock, Chun Chun, and Yuyan stood a little further away. Their eyes were filled with horror, and they kept silent. Elders' senior sister's body was found by the patrolling disciples in a secluded place in Jinghai Lake several days ago. Nun Jingyi's face was gloomy. She opened her mouth and looked at the elders. She said, "Senior sister's fatal wound was a sword on her throat. It was from the back to the front, and it was fatal." Everyone was shocked. Nun Jingfan frowned and said, "Sect leader, this matter is a little strange." "What do you mean?" Nun Jing felt a little heartache when she saw Nun Jing Gang die with her eyes wide open. First elder, wasn't she always in seclusion in Ruijin Palace? I didn't see her go down the mountain. Why? Why did you go to Jinghai Lake? Moreover, sect leaders should know better than us about First Elder's martial arts. Let's not talk about martial arts first. She received the inheritance back then and had already stepped into the path of immortality. Even in the entire Jianghu, how many people are First Elder's match? Also, First Elder's wound is also strange. Why was it stabbed from the back? Could it be that someone close to First Elder suddenly did it? Nun Shuizhen suddenly asked, "What about First Elder's disciple? Has Yu Zhuqian been found?" Reporting to Master, "There's no news yet." Yu Yin continued from behind. Also, First Elder's first disciple, Shi Mujuan, left the mountain to train a month ago. There's also no news. I've already sent the disciples of Ruijin Palace to search for him. Someone close to her. This, an elder said in a low voice. No, Nun Jingyi heard and shook her head. This matter shouldn't have anything to do with Shi Mujuan. Then, she pointed at the sword on Nun Jinggang's throat and said, "Although First Senior Sister's fatal sword wound is a sword wound, it's different from an ordinary sword wound. If I'm not wrong, it should be a flying sword from the path of immortality." Path of immortality? Flying sword? Everyone was even more surprised. When the disciples patrolling the mountain found First Senior Sister's remains, there was only a long sword beside her. Even in her torn clothes, there were only a few jade talismans. As for the other defensive Dharma weapons, they were all gone. I first looked at the place where First Senior Sister usually cultivated. The few Dharma weapons she used were all there. I don't know what kind of Dharma weapons she took down a mountain. However, these Dharma weapons were not found by the disciples patrolling the mountain. They were probably taken away by the person who killed First Senior Sister. Could it be that person from Huan Su? Nun Shuizhen guessed. No, that senior from Huan Su has a high cultivation and saved Xiaqing and the rest. He has a relationship with our fragrant sect. He wouldn't attack First Senior Sister for no reason. Then it can only be a spy who sneaked in. Chapter 953. Hearing Nun Shuizhen's guess, all the elders frowned. Spies had existed in the incense cult for a long time, and they all knew about it. However, these spies were weak in martial arts and couldn't cause any big waves, so the incense cult didn't do much. What's more, the fragrant cult also had spies in other sections. This was an open secret. If the fragrant cult wiped out all the spies in the other sects, the spies in the other sects would definitely meet the same fate. Thus, the other sects were well aware of this and turned a blind eye. They did not expose this matter. Previously, Jingyi Shirtai felt that some of the spies were causing a ruckus, so she only sent Zhang Xiaohua, the newly minted guardian disciple, to investigate. Didn't this prove this point? As if Nun Shuizhen had seen through her thoughts, Nun Jingyi's face sank. She said, "This is also my guess." Then she looked out of the window and said leisurely, "But the spies of the other sects are basically under the control of my Mo and Nang sect disciples, and they don't have such strength. Could it be the Tenryu sect? Or could it be a pawn that the mysterious power had placed in the incense cult long ago?" Nun Jing Fan also nodded. "Sect leader, you're right. Only these two sects have the strength to send people from the Xiantian Dao to spy in the incense cult." But then, Nun Jing smiled bitterly. The problem is, why did the Tenryu sect do this to the Great Elder? Could it be that the Great Elder saw through some big secret? Nun Shuizhen exclaimed, "Sect leader, you're right. Aren't the Jinghai Lake and Dianxi Lake the entrance to the incense cult's sect protecting formation? The Tenryu sect must have done something there, and the Great Elder Jinggang found out, so the spies of the Tenryu sect killed them." Nun Jing nodded slightly. At this time, Chunshin suddenly asked, "But I don't understand. Master Jinggang, why did she go to the Jinghai Lake? Didn't she say that she was in closed-door cultivation?" As soon as she said that, Peacock glared at her from the side. Chunshin was confused and looked at Nun Jing Fan suspiciously. Nun Jing remained silent. After a long while, she asked, "Where is Run Xiaoyao now?" "Sect leader Bing, this Ren Xiaoyao is quite diligent. First, he went to White Mountain Peak, then Wild Goose Peak. Out of 19 spreading fragrance peaks, he went to 4 of them. When Grand Elder Jinggang was found, He was at Quanglu Peak, which was 3 days' journey from Calm Sea Lake. Now, I don't know where he went, but he should be on the way to Shilling Peak. This fellow is rather clever. I guess he's rather lucky. After this, if Shi Mujuan doesn't find trouble with him, I won't have anything to worry about. Sigh, I thought that eldest senior sister. At this point, Nun Jing stopped talking. She turned around and walked to her seat. She raised her head and asked, "Last night, what happened to the earthquake? Is there any news from the foot of the mountain?" Nun Shuizhen took a step forward and reported, "I sent my disciples down the mountain last night, and they haven't returned yet. I don't know the reason. Grand Elder Jinggang has fallen, and Shi Mujuan is temporarily not at Lingxiang Peak. Ruijin Hall has been without a deputy hall master, so it's inconvenient to have no one to manage it. Peacock, your disciple is here." Peacock immediately stepped forward. "You'll temporarily be the hall master of Ruijin Hall. Chun Chun and Yu Yin will assist you. First, familiarize yourself with the daily affairs." Peacock was shocked. "Ruijin Hall is the first hall of our Lingxiang Peak. Your disciple's talent is shallow. I'm afraid I'll disappoint you, Sect Leader Bing. It's better to let Master Bing be in charge while we assist her." Nun Jing waved her hand. "There's no need. You're an inherited disciple, and your status is fixed. If you don't experience the storm, how can you see the rainbow? If there's anything you don't understand, you can ask your master. If you have any difficulties, you can also ask me." Peacock hesitated for a moment. Looking at Chun Chun and Yu Yin's eager eyes, she could only bow. "Thank you, Sect Leader Bing. All right, Junior Sister Shuizhen. Send people to investigate the whereabouts of the spies that we already know. Find out who." Just as Nun Jingyi said this, the entire Lingxiang Peak shook violently. Jade tiles and dust fell from the roof. Everyone lost their footing and almost fell down. Everyone was shocked and immediately used their qin gong to leap into the air. Only Nun Jingyi's expression did not change. Her body floated up slightly and floated in the air. When the shaking stopped, everyone calmed down. Nun Jing released her divine sense to see what was happening outside. However, when her divine sense reached out for about 200 feet, her expression changed drastically. She shouted sternly, "Junior Sister Shuizhen, hurry!" Before she could finish speaking, a series of loud, rumbling noises rang out. The entire mountain peak shook violently again, and this time, it was several times stronger than before. "Let's go!" Nun Jing shouted, and her figure dashed out of Mo Xian Palace. The people behind her didn't dare to delay, and all of them leaped out. When everyone arrived outside Mo Xian Palace, they saw that the entire peak was shaking left and right. It even sank a little. Everyone felt that they could not stand. Those with weaker qigong had already fallen down. There were also many who hugged trees and did not know what to do. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the shaking stopped. As for how much the peak sank, it was only a feeling and not something that could be measured. "Honorable Cult Master, this subordinate will send someone to investigate." Senior Nun Shuizhen's face was anxious. She bowed and was about to leave when Senior Nun Jing said sternly, "Junior Martial Sister Shuizhen, there's no need to be anxious. Pass down the order immediately. First, find some capable people to go to Jinghai Lake and see if there's anything wrong with our fragrant cult's great protective formation. Then, Nun Jing turned around and said to Peacock, "Peacock, send the best people from Ruijin Palace to assist Elder Shuizhen. Take down all the spies in our sect Leader Shuizhen, no matter which sect they are from or what position they hold. If there's any resistance, kill them all." Peacock was stunned. She immediately bowed and said, "Yes, Sect Leader." Nun Shuizhen was also stunned. She asked, "Sect Leader Bing, this," without waiting for Abbess Shuizhen to finish speaking, a series of 12 sounds rang out in the distance. It was none other than 12 blood-red signals that had been released. Nun Jing, he was not the only one who was shocked. She asked loudly, "This is the direction of Jiuhua Peak? How do they send the most urgent signal? Could it be that the Tenryu sect is attacking Jiuhua Peak?" Chen asked anxiously. How is that possible? If the Tenryu sect is attacking, it's Jinghai Lake that sent the signal. Peacock frowned. At this moment, a disciple of Ruijin Palace hurriedly came over with a disciple of Mo Xin Palace. When he saw Nanjing Yi, he shouted, Sect Leader Bing, our Lingxiang Peak's protective array. What's wrong with the protective array? Nanjing Yi calmed down when she heard this. Disciple also doesn't know. Just now, Lingering Fragrance Peak was shaking. When we were patrolling at the foot of the mountain, we saw that Lingering Fragrance Peak had sunk a lot. There were also many brilliant lights flashing in the air. It was abnormally bright. When the shaking stopped, the disciples outside of Lingering Fragrance Peak, could actually see the true scenery of the peak. The protective array. Chen could not help but shout. I'm afraid it's gone. Don't talk nonsense. Peacock heard this and immediately scolded. What Chen said might be true. Nanjing Yi shook her head slightly. She looked worriedly at the 12 blood-red signals in the sky and said, Let's go and take a look. When they arrived at Lingxiang Peak, other people might not know, but Nanjing Yi scanned with her divine sense. How could she not know? Her eyes flickered as she looked at the original protective array. After a while, she ordered, Junior Sister Xuezhen, Peacock, immediately send out the elite disciples. Mobilize the disciples of Wuming Hall and quickly go to Jinghai Lake to set up a defense. If the protective array is like this, then there's probably a problem with the protective array. Also, send disciples to Jihua Peak to see what's going on. Yes. Both of them bowed. Also, pass down my order. All the inner disciples of Lingxiang Peak should immediately get ready. Those who are in seclusion should all come out. Our Lingxiang sect is facing a turning point. Turning point. Everyone was surprised, but they also seemed to be deep in thought. That's right. The Lingxiang sect has been protected by the protective array of the Immortal Path for a long time. But now the Immortal Path has been destroyed for tens of thousands of years. The chi of heaven and earth is scarce. There are always heaven-defying methods, but there will be a time when they run out of power. This moment will come sooner or later, but it will come sooner than we expected. But elders, there's no need to be afraid. The Lingxiang sect belongs to the Jianghu, and the Jianghu also belongs to the Lingxiang sect. We've just returned to the Jianghu. We've already prepared for this. This preparation was originally left for Peacock, but now we can only reluctantly do it. When the elders heard Nanjing Yi's order to check Jinghai Lake and the protective array, their hearts were beating wildly. They were both surprised and happy. Only when Nanjing Yi confirmed it again did someone ask, Sir Leader, do you mean that from now on, the Lingxiang sect will be like an ordinary sect in the Jianghu? We can move around the Jianghu often? Nanjing Yi glanced at her and nodded. I know. Because of the sect's rules, you can only guard the incense sect. Now that the sect protective array is gone, we've returned to the Jianghu. Of course you can. The protective array. How could it be gone? But there hasn't been any news? Sir Leader, how could? The impatient Chen asked anxiously. Silly child, I have my ways. Nanjing Yi sighed when she saw that she could only release her divine sense to a range of 200 feet. Then, disciples, won't it be another year before we can get out of the passage? Chen was still worried, but his eyes were shining with joy. Nanjing Yi smiled bitterly. What she was worried about was not known by disciples like Chen. Chen's thoughts were simpler and more direct. That you're tuning in to the Romance Rendezvous YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support, and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.